Hey. Whoa. Hey. What? Hang on. What up? Why the fuck is my camera so tilted? Holy shit. Is there an earthquake? Has there been an earthquake? Is my building tilted? What the fuck? That's pointing too low. Fucking camera. Why did it do that? That's still... No, that's not tilted. Okay, that's kind of tilted. Oh, shit. It's the hot weather. It's like slightly above 20 degrees Celsius, which means in Scotland that all the buildings melt and tilt because they're all built out of fucking sheep's lungs. Solidified, caked sheep lung. Oh no. I'm starting to treat this stream like it's the radio. Could you please remind us of the time every half hour? It's 2:06 British time, British summertime. You're watching some dipshit. I'm not doing that. I don't like that. That's fucking weird. Fuck that. Horrible. Anyway, I'm still eating, so I want to see. While I finish, I want to see what our favorite Gape Lord has been saying. Give us our favorite Gape Lord, the shipping forecast. Listen, I don't know where the ships are going. I don't know where they came from. We'll do shipping forecast later, actually. In other words, the Houthis have sunk some more ships. So we're about to find out how relevant these ships are. Live. All right. What is this little Gape Lord saying? Gape Lord. All right.
The other day when we were talking at the start of the conversation, like the very first thing that was said was...
I believe he's since apologized for trying to get the guy's kid taken away from him, for saying that kids don't really have a choice in such matters as like being naked in front of a man or some shit. Like, I guess I don't know what he's referring to. Like, there probably could have been some clarification over whether or not he was talking about doctors or pedophiles. I don't know. Said he wouldn't put his kid through a beauty pageant because they're weird. And then Dean gaped and tried to get fucking his chat to dox the man and get his kid taken away from him. So that was weird. He has since retracted that position. But now, I'm not sure where we are here. I think he might be talking about this. I don't know.
So yesterday, like the other day when we were talking at the start of the conversation, like the very first thing that was said was, here's Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of these naked teens. And what was your first response to that?
Did the parents give consent? Did they allow it?
Goatman, precisely. I don't think that a parent can allow for their underage teen to be perved on.
You don't think, or that's the law? There's a difference. There's a huge difference. What's the law?
Wait, are you... So no, that's actually not the law. It is...
What is the law, Dean? What is the age of consent? What is the law?
We're talking about teenagers, under 18 here.
Right, and they don't have the legal authority to make that consent. So whose responsibility is it then? Who is it? Is it God? It's not God. Who is it?
So the child can't consent to sex, and the parent can't consent to the child having sex.
So where does the consent fall?
Because nobody.
When you go to the doctor's office, when kids go on field trips, who's signing the papers? Because it's not the child. From my research, statements from the girl specifically that he went and saw it in the...
Right, there's a really simple question here, is what was the purpose of Trump going into these changing rooms? Did he need to be there to make sure that, like, people weren't fighting? Or why did he go in? I can see a teacher having the right to go in because you want to make sure there's not some fucking shenanigans going on, or like a fight or something like that, or bullying or whatever the fuck else. But sending Donald Trump in there, I don't really know what the justification is there.
changing room said that it was more transactional than anything. If anything, because these girls are competing against each other, they went to Donald Trump when he was back there to get some sort of not promotion, but like to get some sort of like feedback and transactional advice from the guy because he's a businessman.
He's gaping again.
This is exactly what these women that were back there have said on BuzzFeed. I've seen it. I read it.
What do you mean it was transactional when he's walking on a naked teenage girls?
It was transactional in a business sense. It was transactional in a business. Yes, I can, because Trump is a businessman. He has a huge persona, publicly business essential. The girls were trying to get his input and get him to like promote or like give them advice on how to.
They're children. They were naked. They can't consent to that.
Dean,
how do you know they was naked, Dean?
Hold on.
He said
How do you know there wasn't sitting in a pair of
Can I
bloomers?
just say something? Hold on. Like, Dean, are you going to listen, or are you just going to be, like, just
interrupt?
Like, are you going to listen to us, Dean? Like, be honest. Because I'm, like, what, my age?
No, listen. I mean, he's talking about some, like, business transaction with looking at naked children.
That means clothes. That doesn't mean undergarments, Dean.
Article with those exact words. I'm not making it up. That is the exact words. I have the clip. It's
But the children can't. The children.
So what the contestant actually said was that apparently Trump barged into the room. There were two girls here when they were naked. He walked in, stood and stared. She and another young contestant were getting dressed for rehearsal for the 2001 pageant.
Trump burst in that dressing room like sexual assault Team 6.
I don't know if that was deliberate, Jane Socks, but if that's a $400 donation, wow, thank you so much. If that was a mistake, you can let me know and I can refund it. Otherwise, damn. Okay. What the fuck? Shit. 400 smackers. 400 schmucks. What the fuck? Destroyed Encella's record. What the fuck? Yo. I need to stop posting on mobile. Yeah, I think it was an accident. Yeah. People don't usually give me $400 in one go. God damn. Okay, we have to raise a goal to refund Jane Socks. Oh no. So you can DM me or email me or something. Okay. I don't know why the goal thing isn't working right now, but okay. Okay. What were we on yet? If you refund it, I'll drop the $20 I meant to. Okay. Fuck. He has to pay tax on tips in Scotland. True. Just taking $400 of hope away from the poor waitresses. How did 20 become 4? I don't know, but it's okay. Deliberately walked in on two young Miss USA contestants while they were naked and getting dressed for rehearsal. One of the former beauty contestants has claimed in an interview with The Guardian. Two women were putting their outfits to rehearse the opening number. Former contestant recalled when Trump, who owned the pageant at the time as part of Miss Universe family of pageants, burst into the room without a word. Just before he entered, the former contestant said she heard the security detail outside the dressing room tell someone approaching the door that the women inside were naked. When they say women, how old were the girls? How old were they? He didn't walk in and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I was looking for someone," she continued. He walked in, he stood and stared. He was doing it because he knew that he could. Shared dressing room behind the stage at Genesis Convention Center in Gary, Indiana. Woman does not wish to be identified. Second competitor from the 2001 Miss USA pageant. Trump took advantage of owning the pageant. Trump groped her on a plane 3 years ago. This is someone else, I'm guessing. A receptionist in 2022 said Trump kissed her in the mouth when she introduced herself to him. It was so inappropriate. I guess it is, yeah. The other 2001 beauty contest contestant accused Trump of misconduct was Tasha Dixon. Interview with CBS of Los Angeles, Dixon, the former Miss Arizona, recalled an incident in which Trump came waltzing to a room while a number of contestants were half naked or undressed. Wait, where's the parents thing coming in here? I thought this was kids. Wouldn't it be like Little Miss America or the fuck? Separately, BuzzFeed reported on Wednesday that several teen beauty queens from 1997, Miss Teen USA, said Trump entered a communal dressing room while several of them were naked. One girl was 15 years old at the time. This is the one, okay. So BuzzFeed reported on it. Okay. 4 women said that he walked in while they were changing. I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, "Oh my god, there's a man in here." So I thought they were at least saying they thought the kids consented. The fuck? Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. Okay. Wonder where you've seen. Where else has he seen underage fucking girls getting changed? Shocking and creepy. The third said she was clothed and introduced herself to Trump. 2 rushed to cover their bodies. "11 of that year's contestants reached by BuzzFeed News did not recall seeing Trump in the dressing room. Some said they do not believe he could have been there." Discussion of Trump entering the room arose among the women themselves last weekend in a private Facebook group after BuzzFeed News reported that a contestant in an adult pageant said Trump had walked into the changing room when we were all naked. Everything I can find says 18 or older. Well, this one says otherwise. Attempted to contact 49 out of the 51 contestants of the pageant. 34 declined to talk or could not be reached. One of the 15 women who were interviewed, none accused Trump of saying anything sexually explicit or making physical contact in the dressing room. Ever since the release of that last week of a 2005 tape in which Trump boasted about grabbing women by the pussy. Okay. Trump owned Miss Universe, Miss USA, and Miss Teen USA from 1996 until last year. Publicly bragged about invading beauty queen dressing rooms, calling it one of his prerogatives of ownership. I'll tell you, the funniest thing is that I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed. No men are anywhere I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that. Huh. Until now, it was never alleged this behavior extended to the teen pageant, in which contestants can be as old as 19 or as young as 14. Until now. Which is whenever that BuzzFeed article came out. Former Miss Wisconsin Teen USA cast doubt on whether it happened. These were teen girls. If anything inappropriate had gone on, the gossip would have flown. There was so much security. If that was something he did, then everybody would have noticed. Asked why some of her fellow contestants said he did enter the changing room, Hughes responded, "They're probably lying because they're voting for Hillary Clinton." Oh no. Oh God. "I don't support either Trump or Clinton," said Bilato, former Miss Vermont. Of the other 3 who remember Trump coming, so it's 4 people who remember him coming into a dressing room. One said she was also undecided but would not vote for Trump. Another said she's a Democrat. A third said she was not voting for Trump and wouldn't say more because this is not about politics. When he started running for president, that is one of the first things I thought about. Oh, gross, this guy walked in on us during the pageant. Girls were just scrambling to grab stuff, whatever garments they had. One of the other women who asked to be anonymous, who was 17, said, at the time, you're a teenager, you're intimidated, it's Donald Trump, he runs the pageant. And it felt, she said, like it was his given right to enter the dressing rooms because he owned the pageant. So yeah, so the people who are talking to Dean are suggesting that even the kids wanted Trump in there to give them advice, but that's not really true. Okay. Oh well. I hope Dean knows the details. Fuck.
But you,
I want to throw this
bodies
on there.
Not dollars, but try to guess why this specific number.
Thanks for the 436 shekels. I have no idea why that's specific. Couldn't even guess. But I'm guessing it's not an accident that time. You guys can't all just accidentally donate to me because it's probably it might cost like I don't know how to transfer this shit without it like, okay, whatever. There might be a small loss for me transferring it back because I've got to think about 30% of it's gone to YouTube, then it comes to me, and it's got to go back to PayPal. I'll figure it out. It's okay, whatever. Oh.
are not
Real
transactional.
fast.
Well, I mean, I think that both you and your wife had made a handful of things clear in this conversation. You have now redefended Trump 3 times, walking into a changing room with naked teenage girls by saying that their parents consented. You even then agreed to this for a 4th time as it related to the question that Jerry just asked you, once again reaffirming that they are within their rights and abilities to consent on behalf of the children for exploitation from other adults. As well as your wife, Shania, I mean, she even repeated that she believes that it was a transactional occurrence. Both parties were reaping some benefit. In other
law,
words,
is
she
that
is saying that the bodies, the naked bodies
law,
of
is that
children are
exploitation?
transactional.
Dean, answer the question. By law, is that exploitation?
I think that is exploitation, yeah.
Do you think Brooke Shields was?
Dean, did
Thank
those
you,
words
Dean.
come out of my
Thank
mouth?
you.
Do you think
Dean,
Brooke
did those
Shields
words come out of my mouth?
exploited when she posed on a Calvin Klein poster underage, holding her breast without a shirt on?
Who did that?
And
Because yeah, that's
everybody in
wrong.
the
They shouldn't have
world
done
looked at
that.
it?
That's wrong. Bad. Don't do that.
Was she exploited?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, Brooke Shields was like massively exploited. Is that even fucking contested? Like, what the fuck? Brooke Shields was famously exploited. But okay.
By what law?
What? Now we're talking about
She was
some
on
like
posters
actual
and
naked.
She was on Times Square.
Yeah, we're talking about some underage naked teenager with her boobs out in Times Square. Exploitation. She's exploited.
And do you
What
think that?
law?
Do you guys disagree? Like naked teenager with her boobs out on Times Square, was she exploited?
Yes.
I
Progressive
think
thinking.
it's art. I think it's
Now they're calling it art.
beautiful photo
Now they're calling it beautiful.
of a
art.
beautiful
to go
that was
after
on
them.
Times Square that was perfectly legal.
You just called child pornography art, by
and
the way.
that
You
was
just called
not
you just called child.
porn. She
Don't be
wasn't showing
smug.
any
Do
nips.
not dare be smug. Don't you
I
dare be
can't
smug.
believe that. She literally just called
Don't
CP
be
art.
smug.
That's
Do
why I'm
not
not being
be
smug. That's what she said.
But Dean, what I'm asking you, if it was child porn, do you think that it would be legal? Because there's laws against child porn. Do you think it would be legal to put child porn up on Times Square?
I think that it was probably either ignored or not illegal at the time. That doesn't change that it is child porn.
In your opinion, it's child porn.
Yeah, because it's a naked teenager with her boobs out.
She's not naked. She has a pair of Calvin Klein jeans on,
But just no shirt on?
and she's got her hands covering her breast. She's not showing her breast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dean,
I still
don't
classify
see
It's
that
kind
as-
of like a woman walking around with side boobs.
Well,
you know.
the reason
Okay.
the reason it's not like that is because she's literally not a woman.
So, do you think that's child exploit? I mean, if that's against the law, like child porn is,
I don't even think that needs to be against the law to be child exploitation.
They're not also, if they're going to lead with a stronger argument, she was also in Playboy. Underage, wasn't she? How old was she when she was in Playboy? Sugar and Spice, 1975. Did she ever win any of her court cases, actually? I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't. When was she in Playboy? She was 10 years old when a photographer from Playboy photographed her in a bathtub. Was it this one? Bro, she actually... Like, this is fucking disgusting. Like, look at this. This is the picture that they used. Mate, she's clearly... Yeah, she's like fucking... She looks 10. She, what the fuck? She looks like 10 years old with a shitload of makeup on. The fuck? Calvin Klein jeans. Do you know what comes between me and my Calvins when she was 15? Nothing. I mean, bro. Okay, dude.
Patient.
Well, shit. Wasn't it illegal at the time? I don't know how the court cases went because I thought the way it worked was that because she was underage, her mum gave consent and probably they used some justification where they said this is for the purposes of art, not for sexual exploitation, which is probably not the strongest case if you're going to do it with Playboy. That's Oh, this is why it was 436 because that was his peak viewership when we rated him yesterday. He actually stayed at a solid... He was above 100 for, what's that, like almost an hour? 125. Huh. Kept some viewers, whatever he was doing. Good stuff. Ugh. Where is... Jesus Christ. Why do I get all these fucking... Oh, it's that Radio Genoa fucking shit. Why do they post this shit like it's a thing? What? Oh, it's on in London. Okay. Really? People in the UK being fucking degenerate. Like, that's crazy, chat. Unbelievable. Chris Hansen needs to raid Calvin Klein. Why don't you take a seat right there? Just take a seat. Whatever. Absolutely fucked. Gaped. Apparently the Houthis have been sinking boats again. Taking W's against random sailors.
Well, the Houthis are back at it. They just sunk 2 ships in 2 days in the Red Sea, and this most recent one came with casualties. We're talking about at least 4 crew members killed and quite a few more still missing. Now, the Houthis in Yemen, they've not stopped. They did slow down operations for a period of time, but they've ramped it up significantly just this week. Now, the Magic Seas was hit, I believe, on Monday, and then on Tuesday, the Eternity Sea. And we have footage from each one of these. I'll start by showing some of the clips of the Magic Seas. This is one where the Houthis were able to board the ship. Fortunately, in this case, now both of these being Greek-owned ships, the first one, fortunately, the crew was able to evacuate after it was hit, and it doesn't appear that any of the crew members were killed, injured, or even captured, that they were picked up by other vessels in the area. The Eternity Sea, not so lucky. And again, we'll play some footage of the Eternity Sea being targeted. In both of these cases, targeted by drones and missiles from Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen. The Houthis in this case, with the Magic Seas, they didn't show the actual launches, but with the Eternity Sea, they did show some of their land-based systems launching to strike and the actual impacts against the Eternity Sea. And something I want to stress, as you see those detonations, these are civilian commercial vessels with no means to defend themselves against military strikes, like missiles and drones, like you're seeing here. And clearly some pretty significant damage to the Magic Seas, which you can see hitting the crew compartment there. Pretty understandable how casualties were caused as a result of this most recent attack. Now, I'll keep this one playing because we see the Magic Seas actually start to sink. A little bit of the Eternity Sea, a little bit different from the clip yesterday of the Magic Seas, where the Houthis placed explosive charges all along the side and watched the thing sink and then kind of celebrated it, which is a key note here. The Houthis are celebrating this. They are proud of this. They are not trying to hide their involvement in these strikes. They are coming out with statements saying, yeah, we did it. Here's the footage. And they're confirming, celebrating, bragging about these attacks. They, in a couple statements earlier today, said some shipping companies began violating the ban and shipping to the Israeli port, ignoring the ban and under the illusion that this can be overlooked. The naval operations, which sank 2 ships belonging to the violating companies, confirmed the firm stance of banning navigation against the Israeli enemy as long as the aggression and blockade on Gaza continues. And that has been a standard theme from the Houthis from when this all began, is they have said they are going to continue a blockade of any ships moving to or from Israel so long as the blockade of the Gaza Strip continues and humanitarian aid is not allowed to flow in. Now, there have been some periods of time where we've seen the Houthis lay off of these attacks, at least against commercial vessels, starting this last December 2024, which notably was the last time a commercial vessel was targeted by the Houthis. They actually, at that time, stopped hitting commercial vessels.
Bro, fucking hell. Like, it's a whole ass ship. Just, what the fuck? How much does that ship cost? How much does an oil tanker cost? Between sort of 60 and 100 million. Okay. Huh. Fuck.
Kind of focused all of their energy on U.S. military assets in the region. So we saw a continuation of back and forth strikes against the naval vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And of course, during that time period, we saw the United States carrying out strikes in Yemen as well. That corresponded with an Israel and Hamas ceasefire. And it seemed like Yemen, to a degree, was kind of going along with that. As soon as that ceasefire fell apart, we definitely saw an increase of Houthi attacks against U.S. warships. But that's largely been, military on military, largely been what we've seen from the Houthis for the past 7 months or so at this point. From December until
Loner, what's your resolution? My resolution?
Airstrikes. Bomb them.
May, notably picked up in February. We saw an increase in U.S. military strikes against the Houthis under President Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. They really ramped up the volume of strikes day in and day out and went more an offensive type pattern rather than what we saw under the Biden administration, which tended to be a lot more defensive and preemptive type strikes. Like the Houthis we had constant overhead coverage with drones and manned aircraft. And when they would move a missile or a drone out to a launch location, it would come under fire from U.S. assets. For a long time, that's what we saw from the Biden administration. So reactionary in a lot of ways. That shifted under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, where the U.S. really took the fight more to the Houthis. We hit command and control facilities. We hit weapon storage facilities, launch site, radars locations, really expanded the target grouping. However, there's not a lot of evidence that those were super successful. Yes, we dropped a lot of munitions on the Houthis, but anybody who's studied military history knows the number of munitions dropped or the number of targets engaged is not a very good metric for success. And what we've seen is during the course of those strikes...
Wait, what's this referring to? Sorry, wait. What is this referring to? There are ESL and contextual reasons for why Hasan accidentally said an anti-trans slur. He said it on stream yesterday while reading a tweet. Oh. Okay. This is Ethan doing it. I'm so sorry about this. You're 100% right. I was supposed to be cut but left in by mistake. Okay. Huh. Right, whatever.
Carried out by the United States, the Houthis were regularly and consistently firing missiles and drones at U.S. warships. That's a side of this that we really didn't have a lot of information on. The DoD has not still put out information as to the interceptions required by our forces against those Houthi munitions, but couple times a day, the Houthis would announce carrying out launches against the U.S. military. In May, that came to a halt with a kind of abrupt ceasefire announced between the United States and the Houthis. Strangely enough, as Israeli Air Force had jets in the sky carrying out one of their mini strikes against Houthi targets. Since then, U.S. flagged ships and the Houthis have not been engaging each other back and forth at all. It's stopped. Now, this entire time, the Houthis, and again yesterday, they have continued their strikes against Israel just about nonstop, not quite every day, but pretty consistently. Just yesterday, they said they fired a couple more ballistic missiles at Israel. According to the Houthis, they say air raid sirens in Israel rang across 300 towns and cities, sending millions of Zionists rushing to shelters and halting air traffic at the airport.
Yeah.
From Israel, it does sound like those missiles or that missile were successfully intercepted outside of Israeli airspace, which has generally been the theme. I think only a couple Houthi missiles at this point have actually penetrated.
What are the goals of the Houthis? The goals right now for them are to harass the Red Sea, civilians and all, until Israel stops the war in Gaza, until Israel basically withdraws from Gaza and lets Hamas fucking keep their grip on power. That's it. That's all they want.
Israeli airspace.
It's also probably because it helps them at home as well. There's a whole thing where if you're struggling with public opinion in your own territory, it helps to fight with Israel because you get a common enemy. It's a very simple tactic. Straightforward, simple as. Wait, fuck.
Nonetheless, that aspect of this fight has never stopped. We continue to see the Houthis trying to engage any number of targets inside of Israel, but the U.S. Houthi fight has stopped. Now, we haven't withdrawn forces from the region. In fact, just the other day, we got news that, again, we have 2 aircraft carriers or carrier strike groups operating in the Middle East. So we still have essentially the same, if not more, firepower there, able to take on the Houthis. But we have not seen a resumption in U.S. hostilities against targets in Yemen. Even with these 2 strikes, there doesn't appear to be anything on the agenda. The United States, by and large, has not really addressed this. Our State Department has says we don't like it. Please release the hostages. It sounds like the Houthis may have taken a couple of these crew members prisoner. Not sure if that was the initial attack against the Magic Seas or the second attack against the Eternity Sea. But we, of course, issued our strongly worded statement. It's what governments do first, right? You got to get those harsh words out there before you do anything else. Not clear if that's where we're going to stop or if we plan on following through with any additional military action. I should note that ceasefire between the Houthis and the United States was bilateral, as in it was a U.S. Houthi ceasefire. So the minute they started firing missiles at Israel, technically that was outside the purview of what we agreed to. And technically, as they sink...
The Eternity sunk, yeah. Yeah, it was the Eternity that sunk, right? Eternity Sea with the letter C, not C as in S-E-A. Apparently 10 were rescued, 3 were killed, and others potentially kidnapped. And these were Greek-owned ships. A lot of these ships are, I think the most targeted, the most targeted in terms of national ownership is Greek ships, yeah. Eternity Sea was operated by a Greek firm. The mission said of the 10 people recovered from the water on Wednesday and overnight into Thursday, 8 were Filipino. The other 2 were security personnel, Greek and Indian. And I guess this is the video of them sinking that ship. Greece owns 40% of global merchant ships. Whoa. Must be booming. I don't even know how much owning the ship is where you get the revenue from, though, right? I don't know if is it really expensive to lease these ships, or is it actually that the money just comes from the importers and exporters who are moving the goods around? Like, obviously, if you're shipping fucking oil around, I'd imagine the oil companies make more money than the money that owns the ship. But yeah.
Hey Lona, did you know that the MMS, first of the E-class container cargo ships, displaces around 170,794 tons of water? While impressive, it still displaces less water than Neomama.
Wow. Very good, very good. Very impressed. Or they sunk a whole ship. What the fuck? Is this sped up, or is that just how fast a ship sinks? Typically. The fuck? Okay. Thank you, DW.
Greek-owned ships day after day in the Red Sea and kill some of their sailors. That is technically outside the purview of this U.S. Houthi ceasefire. However, a big argument that the United States has made around our involvement in this region at all is ensuring the freedom of navigation. It's a major shipping route moving through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait right off the coast of Houthi-controlled Yemen territory, and they have found a pretty effective way of shutting down or depressing shipping to pretty significant lows. I think the last I saw was current shipping is only 60% of the regular levels prior to this series of attacks. This series of attacks going back to, what was it, November 2023, when the Houthis first struck a commercial vessel. And the issue here is that the Houthis don't actually have to sink anything. In the last couple of days, we've seen that they are able to, and they've kind of hit these ships with multiple munitions, albeit the first one looks like they just disabled and then attached some explosive charges to sink it. They don't actually have to sink these vessels. They don't actually have to kill anybody. They just have to fire one drone every so often in the general vicinity of a commercial vessel, and these shipping companies are not going to risk it. The insurance companies aren't going to underwrite it, and you're going to see what we have seen for the last year or more now, where even as the attacks again, or definitely the last 7 months, right? Saying the last attack in December 2024, well, if that was the last time, at some point in here, you would think that commercial vessels would say, I guess it's safe to go on and move through. And plenty have been. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait has rarely been completely closed. It's been for short periods of time as the U.S. and the Houthis have been engaged in fire, or been trading fire, but it's never been completely shut off for any significant duration. So every single day, there have been ships moving through. The problem is every one of those ships is kind of rolling the dice. Because in this case, the Houthis are saying, well, these were Israeli ships. No, they were Greek ships.
Uh-oh.
And they've done this before. Their targeting is not the most accurate. They're relatively accurate in hitting ships. But in terms of the ownership of those ships, where those ships are coming from or going to in the past, they've hit ships that were in the process of delivering aid from like Europe to Yemen, and they attacked it.
Wait, what? When did that happen? I didn't know about that one. Houthis hit ship delivering aid from Europe to Yemen. When did they do that? Was this recently? They're hitting everyone. Again, it's all just like, it's because the video footage is good for drumming up support. That's all it is. Houthis strike aid ship. Not shit, ship. It's not going to show up because all the articles that come up on the front page are just going to be the recent strikes. Let's see. Liberian flagged Greek-owned Magic Seas hit with drones, missiles, and rocket-propelled grenades. Okay. They seized hostages after sinking the second cargo ship. Yeah, it does look like they've kidnapped several crew members. Several, they say. I don't know how many exactly. That's probably easy to find out if you just do some subtraction, but... Aid convoy. They've held up shipments bringing aid to Sudan. Okay. I didn't even think about this. Apparently it had a... in February last year, it was having a catastrophic effect on aid to Sudan. Because some of the aid was going through from Asia. They'd have to go a longer way around. Obviously, yeah, because they'd have to go all the way around, what, like fucking South Africa? Around the Horn. The Cape. Holding up shipments of vital aid to Sudan, driving up costs for cash-strapped humanitarian agencies. Conflicts put millions at risk of famine. Huh. I didn't know that. The Horn is Somalia. What's the fucking south bit then? Is that the Cape? Is that what that is?
Like no Israeli connections, no U.S. connections at all. In fact, it was aid to support the people of Yemen that badly need it, and they've hit those ships before. They hit a Chinese ship at one point carrying Russian oil. So it's relatively haphazard when it comes to their targeting. But what the Houthis have shown, and this is something to keep in mind when you look up at the Gulf of Hormuz or the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Iran, is you don't actually need to physically shut down the entire waterway. You just have to have a good portion of it within range of your drones. And these long-range Shahed-style drones no doubt can range the entire thing. So the Houthis have shown that a terrorist organization with limited control of physical territory can shut down a major waterway. And a concern I have right now is the United States is kind of watching this play out, and it doesn't look like we're going to step in and try to intervene this time around. That might set the stage for the Houthis, Iran, or someone else anywhere around the world to get the message that you can wait us out so long as it's not in the United States. And again, it doesn't take physical boats. It doesn't take actually mining the entire sea lane. And there's not a lot of pushback when innocent civilian sailors are killed. You would think there would be more uproar about this. We've got two ships sunk in 2 days with at least 4 people killed. You'd think there would be more of an international...
So fucking cringe, man. How do people fall for this? It's so stupid. Look at these fucking retards. Like, just... Yeah, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, lads. Really doing us a solid there.
Response to say, hey, this isn't okay. We need to step in. We need to put this to an end. And not just make sure the Houthis open up this corridor, but make sure they never think about doing this again.
So
it doesn't seem like it's on the top of anyone's radar right now. It seems like everybody at the very least has a different priority. So what we can expect in Yemen is for these attacks to continue.
Whoa.
No doubt to continue against Israel, as the Houthis have said that will continue until the siege of Gaza is lifted. And there's no indications, we're going to move on to Gaza here in a moment, no indications that a ceasefire is anywhere near materializing. So expect the Houthi attacks against Israel to keep going. But again, we're watching the Houthis get away with whatever they want.
Jennifer Colon, thanks for the $4.99. Deep dive on Sudan. Maybe. Think about it. I've got lots of deep dives to do, okay? Wackiness mock-up Mangy. Mangy? Mangy? Mangy. Thanks for the €2. Watch Lance versus Singal. Disaster class performance. Yeah, I saw the whole thing was uploaded, so that might be fucking state. Barabbas, thanks for $5. Somewhere Vosh is seeing this and crying because he cannot abide the disruption of shipping lanes. I think he's right to feel that way. You know, this is disgusting. It's an abomination. Evangeline, sorry, thanks for the $5. Help you recoup, mate. Oh, I need it. I'm so tired today. I don't know what the fuck. I feel like I can barely hold my own body up. Like, what's going on? Am I getting old? I think I need a new chair. This chair is shit. I don't like it. What's a good chair? If I've got the money now, I can afford a good one. I want one to last me like 10 years, though. What's a good chair? No Vivance today. I am actually not on Vyvanse today. Yeah, I didn't take it. I forgot to take it. People say Herman Miller. Are they really that good? What kind of Herman Miller, though? Just stand. Buy a mesh one. This is a mesh one. It's shit. I hate it. Apparently they're amazing. How can a chair be amazing? I don't understand it. I'm like a big person as well, so I need to I need a good spacious chair. Mesh ones are a scam. What's a good Herman Miller chair? I've got a special chair that helps with back chain and it doesn't work at all. That's what I thought. Yeah, what the fuck? But they're so expensive. Okay. Get a massage recliner. Yeah. Let's see. Stacking. No, that's not. I want office chair. Okay, view office chairs. What we got here? United Kingdom. So doxed. Massively doxed. Now, which one of these office? There's loads of them. There's millions of them. That one looks cool. Nice and long. Long people are not supposed to sit. They're really not. They're really not. The Embody is the one everyone loves. The Embody. Yo. Does it have to be that blue? Well, this looks cool. It's got like a fucking Death Star on the back of it. Headrest. I don't know why I would need a headrest. I don't need to rest my head back in a chair. That makes sense. There's a headrest that comes with this, but I've just never needed it. Health positive. Why I sit in Embody. Come on, tell us, man. I hope you're 6'2". Hope you're a big man.
My name is Bud Tucker.
Yeah.
I am the Wynn Associate Professor of Regenerative Ophthalmology here at the University of Iowa.
It was endorsed by Nasrallah.
A big part of science is really design. So we reverse engineer the human retina.
What?
In 2008, I developed meningitis. I woke up paralyzed from the chest down. My neck just got destroyed.
What's this got to do with chairs?
When I recovered, I went back to the lab. I was sitting on the same crappy lab chairs. And I was like, this is not going to be good. You do not want to sit there uncomfortably because you will rush.
You need to make sure your knees are below your pelvis. They are. They are below my pelvis. My feet, yeah. This chair is as high as it goes. The problem with this chair, I think, is like, I feel like this bit is just pushing me way too far forward. Like the lumbar support is just turning me into a fucking pretzel.
I bought a new Embody chair.
Yeah?
Everything that went into building these chairs is what we live by.
Wow.
This is really reverse engineering of the human spine.
What?
The mission of the Institute is to cure blindness.
Like badly.
But the second statement is leave no one behind. I would be proud doing high-quality science, making great discoveries.
You need one that's more adjustable. This one is adjustable. I've adjusted it as much as I possibly can, and it's just a piece of trash. It wasn't that expensive, though. Get a standing desk. I know.
But you really take pride when you see a child with a lethal disease that you could potentially treat and cure.
With a chair?
Because it goes beyond just being proud of what you've done. It's being proud that...
Okay. That's useless. That was very little information. Design. This is how they made the chair. Wow. I need some massive donos for a new chair. I know, right? Wouldn't I? Wouldn't I just? Has Electronic Intifada or any other unbiased source? What a good sentence. What do you think was on this ship? No, I can't imagine Electronic Intifada would ever report on people that they absolutely throat the fucking chode cocks of attacking civilians. No, I don't think they would ever really be like, yeah, they did that. These guys that we have just 5 minutes ago been glazed with their fucking terrorist cum have attacked civilians, by the way. Stress is bad, reducing stress is good. True! Can't get away from that logic. Okay, that was boring as well. Waste of time. So intelligent that sitting in it actually helps you think. I have never wanted so little to give money to a company in my entire life. I want this company to fail. I want to short it for everything that they have. I want them to burn, okay? Listen, I will devote the rest of my life to destroying this company. What the fuck is this sentence? What the fuck? I hope this company ships its chairs through the Red Sea. On a vessel that has a flag that has enough blue and white that the Houthis, through their shitty fucking binoculars, think they're attacking an Israeli vessel. AI marketing. Wait, that's why they keep attacking Greek ships? I don't think so. I think it's just because a lot of the ships are Greek. Oh, okay. Why did no one tell me that this... Oh, fuck me. This chair is £1,700? Okay. It's a £1,700 chair. Bro. I mean, it looks pretty cool. It looks like it does do a number. Is there? The thing is, there probably is some appeal to it though, right? Because I would like to be comfy. And these days I'm just not very comfy in my chair. You look for them in office liquidations. Yeah. It heats your butt. I don't want it to heat my butt. What the fuck? Cooling foam prevents heat buildup. Holy
Get a
shit.
Herman Miller.
V, thanks for the 199.99. What the fuck? Well, that's a good start. God damn. You guys are so generous. You're killing me. The fuck? Okay. I'm thinking about it. Okay, I'll think about it. Now you've got to get a Herman. I mean, it's a little discount, you know. We're a tenth of the way there in dollars. What's the 7-second ad? Straight to the point. Okay, look at him go. Wow. Those arms come so high. Is it? Okay. Checking office liquidations isn't a bad idea. Yeah, maybe. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. It's what I got by chair. Yeah, surely there's a way to get this without retail price. Surely. Wow, it lowers. That's so crazy, chat. Unbelievable. You got yours from office liquidation. Yeah, but I live in a small country, okay? There's not going to be that many... Let's see.
They won
4 months till
in
Black
the Red
Friday.
Sea. And
what does Herman Miller get reduced on Black Friday? What did that actually happen? They'll probably no. They don't seem like the kind of company that would do that. Fuck that.
to be fair, it's not as simple as just throwing some airstrikes their way. We've had a lot of firepower in the region and have not been able to successfully deter the Houthis from carrying out these operations with airstrikes alone. It's going to take a lot more. It's going to take probably a stable Yemen. And there was some talk probably 5 or 6 months ago about the possibility of the United States maybe backing a local movement, because remember, the Houthis are not the Yemeni government. The Houthis control territory in western Yemen, and there still is the Republic of Yemen. That civil war is generally on ice. And there was talk 5 or 6 months ago about maybe the United States and some of our Middle Eastern allies could possibly support the other side to try to help push the Houthis out of power. Because so long as they're there and they have these munitions, largely provided by Iran, they're going to continue to pose a threat to international shipping. And
oh, you can totally get these wankers who like refurbish these chairs. Is that like value? Okay. Is the Aeron, is that any good? It just looks too, it looks like it's got too many bits. It looks untrustworthy. I don't trust it.
Again, no indications that's going to stop anytime soon. Now, shifting up to the Gaza Strip, there's been a noticeable increase in Hamas attacks in recent days. Just a couple days ago, we had the complex attack where Hamas, and we got confirmation from Israel that 5 of their soldiers were killed, at least 14 wounded, as Hamas opened fire on a column that was moving into Beit Hanun in the northern portion of the Gaza Strip. A Hamas-affiliated channel released this clip that I'm going to play here, saying it's from that attack. I've only seen this released once, and I've only seen it on that one channel, so I'm not entirely certain. And of course, grainy footage, it makes it look like the soldiers in this case are already under direct fire, which when looking at that attack, the way that it was relayed from the IDF was, and it matches for a sense here, it was that dismounted troops were moving alongside armored vehicles moving through Beit Hanun, standard IDF, standard military tactic, and explosive charges went off like IEDs, and that killed or wounded some soldiers. And then as they were in the process of evacuating those soldiers from the kill zone, Hamas opened fire, and all of a sudden you had you can see somebody there. It appears to be somebody dragging a casualty out of harm's way.
Oh, that's Gaza. We don't need to watch about Gaza. So
the complex ambush piece would have been the explosion going off and then the gunfire coming after. This clip, I didn't see any explosions in. So, and when it starts, you can see the soldiers aren't quite yet in panic mode or fight or flight mode type thing, where and they're not returning fire at the very beginning. So it looks like this is where Hamas began firing, but we don't see that explosion that the IDF talked about earlier. So maybe, also notably, haven't seen anything like this put out on actual Hamas channels in recent days. You have to assume that if Hamas has this footage, they're going to share it, because in the immediate aftermath of this announcement, which was confirmed by Israel like the night of, like reports started trickling in, and the IDF very, very quickly said, yes, we have casualties, stand by for information. And within 6
Do Hamas have tanks? No.
hours, just enough time for the families to be notified, we started to see confirmation of the unit, the location, the names, the ranks, and the details of the engagement. Now, it's still under investigation from the IDF. Anytime there's a large number of casualties like that, so we should expect more information to come out. But from the Hamas side, that's all we really have seen at this point. That and a bunch of propaganda posters that they were circulating in the immediate aftermath, just kind of celebrating this attack. And we're seeing that kind of continue in recent days. So the Qassam brigades, the militant arm or the militant wing of Hamas, put out a statement saying that they were able to raid a gathering of IDF soldiers and vehicles in Khan Yunis on Wednesday morning. They said that they targeted a tank and 2 Israeli armored vehicles. They said they targeted 2 more excavators, and they advanced towards enemy soldiers and engaged them with light weapons. They said they tried, in this case, to capture Israeli soldiers, which all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere, Hamas is talking a lot more about that in recent days. And this was generally supported by some statements coming out of Israel saying that it does appear that a soldier that was killed on one of these excavators, that Hamas had climbed onto the vehicle and was trying to capture him when he was run off by other IDF soldiers. Hamas says they attempted to capture one of the soldiers, but field conditions did not permit this, so they killed him and seized the weapon. Again, Hamas is continuing to say that they are going to continue focusing on capturing Israeli soldiers, and they just put out a statement earlier today calling on their elements in the West Bank to rise up and begin fighting even harder. They said, quote, "We call on our heroic youth to escalate the resistance in all areas of the West Bank and Jerusalem, and to rise up against the aggressors to deter them from continuing their crimes and from moving forward with a plan to annex the West Bank before what remains of Palestine is lost to our people." We're going to shift over to IDF operations here in a moment, which is...
For context of this, the ceasefire deal as it stands now, it's the same thing where they're just talking about how, oh, we're very close to a ceasefire. We might very well get a deal right now, but it's still the case where there's a huge gap now, and the gap is over how much IDF presence should be in the Strip during the 60-day ceasefire and also in the aftermath, which is supposed to be like a lasting end to the war. Because the IDF, as it stands, they want a 1 kilometer buffer zone across the entire border, like a further 1 kilometer, like expanding the buffer zone. And they also want to control quite a lot of the south, like including Rafah and also up towards Khan Yunis. And that seems to be where the red lines are. Actually, the interesting thing about that, like the IDF military positions in Gaza for the 60 days, apparently even Witkoff described it as such a high demand, like such a high ball, that he said it looks like a Smotrich plan. So, yeah, the Israelis are just, they're asking for quite a lot right now.
Taking form in a couple different ways. But notably, again, we saw for quite a while here, for a couple months, there was a lot of booby traps. It was a lot of tunnel entrances with mines. It was a lot of kind of IDF soldiers being lured into buildings and tunnels with explosive charges then going off. A lot of that for a period of time. It looks like in the past, say, 72 hours, the IDF has all of a sudden pushed into some areas where Hamas has a significant presence of fighters still, because the volume and the intensity of direct fire engagements, RPGs, rockets, we've got mortar footage from recent days, haven't had that for quite a while. And then, of course, IEDs on top of all of that is really spiking. So, you know, we've seen the kind of the intensity of IDF operations has slowly increased in recent weeks, and they're pushing further and further into the Gaza Strip. And based off of how Hamas has reacted, it does look like they're starting to push into some rather sensitive areas in terms of Hamas control. Now, the IDF put out a statement saying troops of the Golani Brigade under the command of the 36th Division are operating in the Khan Yunis area of the southern Gaza Strip. They said they located and dismantled an underground terror route in the Khan Yunis area, approximately 500 meters long and 13 meters deep. Over the past week, the troops eliminated dozens of terrorists and dismantled more than 130 terrorist infrastructure sites, both above and below ground, including weapon stockpiles, booby-trapped buildings, observation posts, and launch positions directed at IDF troops. Additionally, following that attack in Beit Hanun a couple days ago that led to the death of 5 Israeli soldiers and the wounding of 14 more, we saw the IDF start to encircle that area with armored vehicles. And we got some footage and some pictures showing the armored vehicles kind of staging on the outskirts of that area. This also follows what appears to be a significant uptick in IDF airstrike.
Is this just all destroyed and paved parts now? Is this just all like, did there used to be buildings there and they're cleared? That's what it looks like, right? It is fucking mental to just look at it like this, you know? You can see a lot of these buildings are damaged or destroyed, and then you can see just like the flatness. This was agricultural. Oh, this might have been on the edge, yeah. Because this is wait, wouldn't this be this from the side of the? It's not the sea that way, is it? Because it looks like on the horizon there, that would be like that's like Israel, isn't it? But are there agricultural fields by the sea? I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Like that might be the sea over there, but
in the northern portion of the Gaza Strip. So again, something we were looking for during the first phase of the ground war of IDF against Hamas.
The camera is pointing north. Oh, so this is Israel. Right.
Hamas was that at some point they would push in and Hamas would have nowhere else to go and it would turn into a pretty nasty close range fight. That did not happen. It happened at times, but by and large, there were still pockets during the first phase of this war where Hamas could have moved to and avoided direct confrontation with the IDF. It looks like this time around, that's not the route Israel is going. They're going to move into everywhere across the Gaza Strip and force these engagements one way or another, which certainly means more dead Hamas, no doubt, because they're being hunted day in and day out. It also, as we've already started to see, is likely going to result in more Israeli casualties as this fight continues. But that's all we've got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Hell yeah. Okay. Cool. How many Israeli soldiers have died in Gaza total? I think it's like just under 1,000, or it's roughly 1,000, right? Yeah, it's around 1,000, give or take. What channel was that? That was Preston Stewart. Does Israel know the name of every Hamas fighter? I don't think so. No. If you include October 7th, no, not including October 7th. I mean, like after, in Gaza. In Gaza, I'm pretty sure it's around 1,000. Or, no, the 1,000 includes? Wait. How many have died in... Well, in November, no, it would be excluding because this is from the government page. This is, they're saying, the name of 888 IDF casualties of the Swords of Iron War released. And this is... So since the beginning of ground operations, 404. Yeah, so this is actually... They lost quite a lot in the very beginning of the ground operations. So this is 880 on October 2023. No, November 2023. But this is November 2023. This is 2023. It was 800 and something, including October 7th. So I think in Gaza, excluding October 7th, I think it's 1,000. No? Unless you're telling me that, like, no one died in Gaza between... Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, this is the updated date. I see. Wait. Since the... Oh, so it's 1,000 including... Okay. Almost 1,000. Okay. Yeah. Weren't there 800 soldiers who were killed on October 7th? No. No. On October 7th, there was about 300 to 400 soldiers killed. When people say it was like, those are people who are trying to say that it was like more than half that Hamas majority killed soldiers. That's not true. Literally me. Yes, this is me. Yeah, they killed about 800 civilians, yeah. Okay. Big Shrimp Gaming. True. Okay. Fuck. Similar haircut. Well done. Have you ever heard about shrimp welfare? Nope, but I've heard about shrimp warfare, and that's what I'm bringing to this planet. Are we talking killed or casualties? Killed. Donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. I'm just scrolling off screen or getting sent links as well of secondhand fucking chairs. This corporate spec has a bunch of Aerons. They have a bunch of Aeron chairs, but none of the embody ones. So I guess they're maybe harder to find secondhand. Maybe. This one looks cute. The Aerons are much cheaper actually when you get them secondhand. Much, much cheaper. I think I could probably spend 1,000 on a chair. Maybe 1,500 if we're getting fucking... This one looks cool. Look at the size of it. Big fucker. Look at this big boy. That be good? Aerons are nice. The lab I work in has a bunch. Should I just get an office job and then steal one? Okay, it's some secondhand shots. Okay. There are entire websites devoted to just used Aeron chairs. So I guess they're the ones that people tend to buy. I see. Vosh responded to Contrapoints. You should react to it. Should I? Really? Start a business, buy a chair, then close the business. Yeah. I need to find a place where I can actually try them, though. I don't even know if there's anywhere where I live where you could even see these chairs in person. You should be looking at size C. What, is that because size C is for bigger boys? Bigger bros. Is size C bigger than size A? I do want a big fucker. I want a big chunker chair. The only thing is the back on this looks tiny. Is that really reliable? It also just doesn't look comfy. It looks like a torture device. Why am I supposed to find this appealing in any way? Look at this. Is that supposed to look comfy? It looks like I'm gonna just be like a fucking human triangle. You can't slouch in it. Yeah, you have to, like, your ass just has to squeeze into here. What happens if I've got like massive cake? Which I do. How long is your back? It's incredibly long. Okay, you have no. I've been to physios before, and they're like, "Whoa, you've got like a really long torso," and I'm like, "Yeah, but stop, cool it, okay? Cool it with these sexually harassing remarks." Okay. Fuck. Ugh. How much do you bench press? 80 kilograms is usually like my when I'm in a good position. I've done like 86 before, but yeah, that's my top. Maybe 90. I think I might have done 90 like once, but that was a while ago. All right. Moving on. Did you see the crazy TikTok guy harassing Ethan and Eli yesterday? Actually, did I? Let's see. Oh, this. Breaking news. Wow, breaking news.
Going, sir?
Back again.
All right. Hey, look, we got a question for you.
Sure.
We already know what your answer is.
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
what is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah, I love Palestine.
But you went to Israel though. You support Satan Yahoo.
No, I don't.
You don't support Satan Yahoo?
No.
Stop it, bro. She was in the IDF.
He voted against him.
You voted against him. What
Yeah.
about Ben Gvir? How do you feel about Ben Gvir?
Oh, I think he's insane. Yeah, he's a monster.
You think he's a monster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've said that.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
No, that guy sucks. I
Okay.
mean, he's worse than sucks.
All right, cool. So this.
I honestly think I would side with Fuentes over Lonerbox. I'm a Muslim and not a Jew. Yes, we know. Yes, everyone knows that you and all the fucking lefty retards that you watch would probably support Fuentes over me. Yes, I know. Don't worry.
This is the final test, buddy. Get a free Palestine from me.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
Yeah.
From the river to the sea?
Yeah.
My man, I appreciate that. Okay, go.
Oh, why does he have to? Okay.
Oh, what about you? You were in the IDF. Wait, hold on. You were in the West Bank. You used to go in people's houses
Vine boom.
in the middle of the night?
No.
She was a secretary.
I was a secretary.
You were a secretary. Yeah? Can we get a free Palestine from you?
Sure, free Palestine.
All right. Going, sir.
Jesus Christ, man. These people are so fucking dense. Free from the river to the sea. What? Because it's West Bank and Gaza. That's the river to the sea. Cringe. He didn't ask which river. Okay. Let's see. What is Mr. Fuentes doing these days? What's he mauling about?
As much as I hate to admit it,
This is from
liberals
March.
were right fundamentally about Trump. Whether he has good intentions or bad intentions, whether he means well or not, some people blame his advisors, some people blame people around him. Whatever you think about his culpability, he is in effect, okay? Maybe not consciously or intentionally, but in effect, what he is a demagogue. What he is a populist demagogue. And directionally, what liberals said about him, which is that he was stirring up the rubes, animating the rubes with nativist rhetoric and ginning up resentment against the system to empower himself and the people around him, and then brought the swamp closer to the periphery in his first and second administration, willing to say and do anything. Yeah, that all kind of turned out to be true. Yeah, that basically turned out to be true.
Wow. Bro, this guy's gay. But, what's
Wow. I'll have to check that
Base
out.
Play sent $10. Red pilled my
'Cause it's
conservative Israel
based.
First Baptist mom to a Catholic questioning Israel and moved my little
Based.
grandmother toward
Let's
Red pill.
go!
Also converted trans friend to straight price pill.
Let's
NHH.
go! Love to hear it. God bless. I love to hear it. Just like how I made Pariah the Doll a man. I saved Pariah the Doll. Pariah the Doll was a tranny in the clutches of Peter Thiel and the BAP network, and I saved him. And I made him a man. So this is what it is.
made him a cat boy. That's probably what you did, right? Bro, he's just gay. He's gay. He's like a he is a gay black theater dancer trapped in that body, and that's why he's so mad. That's all that is. That's all it is. Yeah, what was this? Don't ask me how I came across this. Wait, how do you... Oh, you can't restart an Instagram thing, can you? Fuck. It's just...
4 bowls of cornflakes yesterday. 4! And they're not just normal bowls.
Wait, do I just have to... No, wait, let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. Okay. Okay, we got it.
Big brother, can you open the larder and can we have our shopping? Because that selfish yank has just eaten all the fucking food and me and Imogen have got nothing to eat for breakfast now. He's had 4 bowls of cornflakes yesterday. 4! And they're not just normal bowls, they're fucking mountains of cornflakes. Like a mountain and a whole bag of sugar. We're running out of sugar as well because of him. And now fucking goes and finishes off the whole thing of cornflakes. Massive mountain. And me and Imogen wanted to have them and now there's none. And we're, oh look, there's parajolts. Parajolts are good for you, they're healthy. Why didn't you have them, you fat ox?
Fat ox. The sad part of that story is that that girl was anorexic and died, but otherwise it's very funny. Just... We lost our real one. The worst part of this post is how historically illiterate she is. Apartheid South Africa had nukes. They got them from Israel. White South Africans were a minority. US and global pressure ended the apartheid regime. This path to equal rights in Palestine is right there. Just want to be clear that it was the domestic resistance of the ANC that ultimately destroyed apartheid, just like it will ultimately defeat Zionism. Global pressure by anti-apartheid forces helped make South Africa a pariah. The US was one of the last countries to change. Speaking of historically illiterate, I wonder then why Mr. Mandela was so much more willing to recognize Israel and the validity of Zionism, whereas he didn't want to apply the same solution to South Africa, like 2 states. He didn't support the Bantustans, obviously. I just love this. Like the fucking anti-Semitism is so fucking blatant. Like imagine thinking like the fear of anti-white racism in a black majority South Africa is like an equally valid concern to Israel fearing anti-Semitism from being a Jewish minority in the Middle East. It's so fucking crazy. God. Absolutely slurping on the Hamas cum, this fat ox. I just, fucking hell. All the replies are brain dead. Oh yeah, they're very brain dead. Sorry, I need to do it again. I need to do it again.
Big brother, can you open the larder and can we have our shopping? Because that selfish yank has just eaten all the fucking food and me and Imogen have got nothing to eat for breakfast now. He's had 4 bowls of cornflakes yesterday. 4! And they're not just normal bowls, they're fucking mountains of cornflakes. Like a mountain and a whole bag of sugar. We're running out of sugar as well because of him. And now fucking goes and finishes off the whole thing of corn.
Who eats 4 bowls of cornflakes in a breakfast? Jesus.
Cornflakes, massive mountain. And me and Imogen wanted to have them and now there's none. And we're, oh look, there's parajolts. Parajolts are good for you, they're healthy. Why didn't you have them, you fat ox?
You fat ox. She did nothing wrong. That selfish fucking yank. Yeah, they smashed it with sugar as well. God. They put sugar in the cereal. Well, yeah, you put some sugar over fucking cornflakes and you've got Frosties, right? That's what you do. Is you just make your own Frosties. That's what that is. That's why people add sugar to like fucking Weetabix as well, right? Because cereal is like the worst breakfast. Yeah, it's pretty shit. 4. 4 bowls of cornflakes. Fuck me. Imagine. What a crime. 4 mountains of cornflakes. Where's the picture? Wait, where's the picture? Where's the fucking picture? Is it not here? Yeah, it's here. Yeah, this one. 4 bowls of cornflakes. 4! That selfish fucking yank. This is the fake one. This is the photoshopped one. I'm sorry. That selfish fucking yank. The fat ox. I'm sorry. Okay. Where is the Mandela speech where he's talking about the legitimacy of Zionism? Oh, here. If I donate $10, would you lead 1 minute of guided meditation? I mean, I can. I just can't guarantee that it'll be like the wholesome kind that you're expecting. Vosh on Contrapoints. Yeah, we'll do that when we're back. It's gonna be a lactic acid one. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Guided gooning session. No! Fucking hell. I feel like I just wonder, since I'm like wanted to get on the tail end of my lefty arc. I'm tempted to just be like, listen, if Fat Mike thinks these two are so fucking analogous, then like, why do you think Mandela didn't opt for the same solution, right? Like, why do you think Mandela insisted on 2 states, not 1?
Be silent.
Hey, thanks for the $10. But then it's also just like a waste of time, right? Like, there's no point going forward. Fucking this fat ox. Too much attention to the fat ox. Okay. I am going to fuck off for like 2 seconds. I guess that'll be the guided meditation, okay? We're going to do a guided meditation. It's just going to be clips of me being Hagari or playing guitar or something completely separate. You used to do 20 minutes meditation every day. Yeah? Why? That's so long. What a waste. Fuck. I mean, if it works, it works. You know, if it makes you happy. All right, 1 minute, and then I'll probably see what the Contrapoints shit is. There's actually more reacts here than I thought there would be. God, it's quite a lot. You fat ox. Okay, 1 minute.
The closest point to the border is that area where's the antenna or the tower over there in the hill. That's a community called Dovev. That's the border. You see the curve. That's the border, and nearby there's a chicken farm and Dovev itself. Both were hit by anti-tank missiles. They didn't hit tanks, they hit community, homes, civilians. Electrician was killed there, fixing electricity. People, synagogue was hit in Dovev. You see here, this is a kibbutz Bar'am, also hit so many times by Hezbollah from Maroun al-Ras. This is Maroun al-Ras. You see that village, the highest peak, that's called Maroun al-Ras. By the name Maroun al-Ras, it's supposed to be a Maronite homeland, Maronite town, with people live there, Maronites, but it's not. People who live there are Shia Muslims who support Hezbollah, who Iran with the intelligent officers sitting in it and managing all this region. So that's Maroun al-Ras showing you who are.
Making my third bowl of cereal right now. Good. Good for you. Dwayne, thanks for $5. And DJ Monotonous, thanks for the 2. Can we talk about debating leftists like Vosh? No. Sorry. Lilith, thanks for the $2. Update the notes in Obsidian. Why, I still have to finish one more section. The notes are updated from yesterday. Maybe I'll finish it on screen today. You know, maybe that'll be cute. Michael James, thanks to 2 Australian. Deep dive on deep sea diving. Good one. Good one. Oh yeah, was I not supposed to look at Lance versus Singal? Okay, this is your guided meditation, okay? Have you got music I can listen to? There's some on my Patreon. $5 or more, and you can have a peek at all that. The Lance Jesse Singal debate. We're going to see how long we can sustain ourselves through this. I don't think we're going to last very long. Okay. I don't think this is going to be a long haul. We just need to, okay, I actually do need guided meditation. I need to strengthen myself for this. Okay. What kind of affirmation do I need for this? Maybe endurance affirmations. Unstoppable energy, physical vitality, radiant health, healing, passion, and purpose. I mean, those are just my middle names. Okay, this is what you asked for. Hope we're ready.
Thank you for being here, dear soul. I am Kenneth, and from my heart I welcome you to this session of I Am Affirmations. Know and trust that your subconscious mind listens and absorbs every word I share, even if you may not consciously follow every affirmation that comes to you. There is no need to repeat them or make an effort to remember all of them if you don't want to. Just allow them to flow to you. Like you are standing in a beautiful waterfall, completely in the present moment. Imagine that the high vibrational words I share now are your words, that they are your reality, and only that which is for your higher good will be absorbed and reinforced by your body, mind, heart, and spirit, aligning to higher consciousness.
Higher consciousness.
Here we go.
Okay.
My body is the temple of my soul.
Yeah, it is.
It is the vehicle for experiencing life through all my senses. It is the tool in which I use to move, groove, and create in this physical reality of life. I am grateful for this opportunity to learn, grow, and expand.
I am a mountain of cornflakes pouring down the gullet of a fat ox. A selfish fucking yank.
Hey everybody, I've got the...
Okay, we're ready. Okay, if it feels alright, you know, little breaks like that are quite helpful. Okay? Come on. Come on. Let's learn about why Jesse Singal is a disgusting transphobe. Okay. What the fuck is confidence, man? Is he one step ahead of us? Are they're a band? Is that what's the book though? Oh wait. Is this the same? This is one book. Okay, wait. Is it that big? Yeah. Okay, Maggie Baberman. Oh, it's about Trump. It's a book about Trump. Okay. Confidence, man. All right.
Hey everybody, I've got the Jesse Singal debate coming up right away, but if you don't want to listen to the preamble, and I completely understand, you can click on this point in the time code. I just want to clear up a couple things. I was originally going to upload this debate on Monday, right to a bunch of them, so I'll include the links in the description of this video.
Thank you for taking the time to join me. Do you want to quickly tell our audience a little bit about who you are?
Yeah, my name is Lance. I'm a, I suppose, comedian from Canada who covers news, politics, tries to make it entertaining, but like most people who spend a lot of time on the internet, obviously waste a little bit too much of my life on slop and other brain-rotting material.
As do we all. Yeah, so this, I explained in the intro, but this talk came about because you were somewhat critical of me and some of the stuff I've written and said about youth gender medicine. And Katie and I have found that often when people criticize us, they're unwilling to then have a conversation. So I appreciate that. I'm going to let you sort of take the reins here. I will say to your audience, there was a miscommunication. I didn't expect this to be video. I look a little bit haggard from 4th of July drinking and a little bit of illness. So be merciful. But other than that, take it away.
Yeah, so I obviously have some pretty strong critiques of your work, and I'm quite excited to have the opportunity to bring them up in person. I figured we'd use the infamous article that you published in The Atlantic, the cover story when kids say they're trans, kind of as a jumping off point, so we can go through it. And I'm pretty sure you'll probably hear a lot of these critiques before, but I went through the article again and reread the entire thing and wanted to kind of just break down each piece of it. And in the article, obviously, you spoke to a lot of people who had detransitioned, including Claire, Max Robinson, Carrie Stella, Carrie Callahan, and Delta.
Middle East game. Iran.
Israel. Qatar.
Wait. Actually, I can't remember if Bahrain is the higher or the lower one. Kuwait. I think, is this Qatar?
Turkey.
Hey!
Bahrain. United Arab Emirates. Egypt. Yemen.
Is this where I just click everything on the map apart from Yemen?
Syria.
Syria.
Oman.
Oman.
Kuwait. Iraq. Saudi Arabia. Lebanon. Jordan. Cyprus.
Okay. Can we go back? You paid me to. Can we go back to the thing? Thank you.
And for about the first 9,000 words of the piece, there's not really a single example of a well-adjusted or happy trans person who had gone through the process. Obviously, the examples that you use, starting with Claire, for example, you often invoke the fact that they had been suffering from depression, and that you believe, or at least the testimonies are leading you to believe, that this has something to do with outside influences that had somehow impacted their decision to want to transition in the first place. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I think you're lifting that language almost directly from Slate. The way Slate put it was, as the piece goes on, notably without a single happy, well-adjusted trans teen among its host of central characters for the first 9,000 plus words. There's a lot of trans adults cited further up in the story, but because of the structure of the story, yeah, I think it's trans adults. I wouldn't call Delta like a full-blown detransitioner. I'd call her a desister. But yeah, I think some of the detransitioners are higher up than the Orion Foss. And there was another kid who was sort of a happily transitioned young person. So yeah, in terms of the structure of it, I think that's mostly true.
So yeah, Slate's one of the many articles that I had to read to basically see the opposing sides that have already been brought up in relation to you. But I wanted to go a couple steps further. So I actually broke down each one of their stories in words themselves, which that article didn't have. So Claire, it's 1,312 words related to her personal story. Max Robinson, 1,086 words related to her personal story. Carrie Stella, 100 words. Carrie Callahan, 530 words. Delta, 569 words. So that's approximately 3,600 words for all of the detransitioning stories. And then at the very end, there's what I considered, I suppose, the more positive stories. Scott Padberg, which him, 569 words. And then Orion Floss, him, which is 584. So the bulk of the article is dedicated to...
What is this fucking brain dead way of analyzing someone's work? You did 750 words for detransitioner, but I only a measly 70 to say that some people transition and have a good life. And then you spend 2,000 words. Like, what the fuck, man? Mountains of words. Mountains of cornflakes. Fuck me.
Stories of detransitioners, and oftentimes highlighting things, not only that they had suffered depression, but in some cases that they had been sexually assaulted. In the case of Max Robinson, it talks about how she was raped at 13 years old, and then you felt necessary to include that at 14 she had watched her friend be sexually assaulted by another man. And then obviously bring up the depression and anxiety disorder that she experienced. And then in that case, as well as others such as hers and Claire's, there's obviously the implication that, so for Max Robinson, it was that she was watching the Tyra Banks show and that she'd seen a sex worker, Buck Angel, talking about transition that influenced her decision. In Claire's case, it was a YouTuber. But this seems to be a frequent theme that you were highlighting between all of them. And I think my big point here is that on a topic of which the rates of transition and detransition are becoming clearer and clearer with more and more studies that come out, and obviously in terms of detransition, the rates are quite low. You chose to focus primarily. Well, we'll get to this part, right? We'll get to the part. We can go back and forth, and we can talk about study after study, but. Even in the article itself, right, you mentioned that, there's one study that references that detransition rates are very low at 2%. However, we can't truly know. I think what you've done here is effectively use a lot of anecdotal evidence as well as selective interviews to try and highlight a narrative that you yourself are trying to craft, which is that in each one of these cases, we have people who had been influenced by outside sources, oftentimes had experienced severe trauma. And then for a reader who had never or doesn't know anything about this topic, if they come across this article and this is their introduction to trans people and the concept of transitioning, for example, they're going to come away with a article where the vast majority and the bulk of it really shows that this is something in which people are either doing because of social contagions, peer pressure, and potentially even sexual assault or forms of depression and anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, there's sort of a 700 or 800 word bit at the top of the story above all the stuff you're talking about, or most of it, that talks about transition working and how there's been a long history of trans people not having access to it. So I guess I just question who would read the story and come away confused about my stance on like whether some people should have access to this medicine. I think in some cases I was a little bit. Say again?
That wasn't my assertion. I said that you're crafting a narrative here for a first person or a first time reader on this topic who's going to walk away thinking that the majority of people who undergo transitioning eventually do detransition because the bulk of this is concentrating on, again.
But how would you have to do? If you want to talk about detransitioners, you have to assume that every reader has never learned anything about trans people before, lest they find out that your article about detransitioners is mostly mentioning detransitioners, and you think, well, if this article about detransitioners mostly mentions detransitioners, I guess that must mean that most trans people are detransitioners. Like, what the fuck? Is this going to be the same fucking brain damage for the entire? It's just such a pathetic like attempt to think you're analyzing something, even though like you're just counting words and getting fucking mad. I think there's actually even a point in this article where Jesse Singal, I'm pretty sure he mentions this exact phenomenon where like the problem with detransitioners is that their place in the political discourse around trans issues is just fucked, right? Because they're either used as a weapon by right-wingers to beat the shit out of trans people, or they're treated as an inconvenience to left-wingers. Like, and it's like they don't really have any place in the world because you're either just like, because you're only viewed through the lens of the agendas of like one side or the other, which must be really alienating.
How would they come to that conclusion if I don't say that?
Oh, because so as a journalist, and this is why I think that you are particularly crafty in what you do, it's not simply that you need to report on facts. I think that should be just the bare minimum, right? That you should be able to report factually on things that actually occur. But you are also crafting a narrative in what you choose to report on and what you choose to highlight and what you choose to actually bring a lot of attention to. And in the case of your story, I would say, again, the overwhelming majority is spent on people who had experienced severe trauma, depression, perhaps even sexual assault or rape as children, and then at which point they had chosen to detransition, and you include that in the story to kind of craft the narrative so people reading it will then assume that or infer it.
Well, I think what I want people, what I was trying to get at with the article is that this is complicated, and when you're talking about young people and physical transition, especially permanent things like hormones, and I would argue puberty blockers shouldn't be considered reversible like they have been for a while. I think I might have even called them reversible in that. I don't think that's accurate anymore. I think it's complicated, and there's a big difference between a kid who has felt gender dysphoric their whole life and then is approaching puberty. I think a kid like that should be handled really differently from a kid like Max Robinson, where it comes on after a trauma. And what I've had trouble getting a straight answer from critics is like, it seems unlikely to me that you think gender identity exists in this sort of separate realm where it's totally separate. Or totally detached from someone's peer influence, from cultural influence, from trauma. So to me, like if you read the article, you will see some more complicated cases because that's what the article was about, but it shows a range of outcomes. Now, data-wise, we don't know like how many people detransition. The most well-known researcher on this is a trans guy named Kinnan McKinnon. He says, depending on the study you look at, I forget the exact range he gave, but it can be anything from 5 to 20%. I think it's probably not as high as 20%. It also depends how you define it.
10.
Unfortunately, in this article, this was 7 years ago now, but I said detransition was rare. I don't stand by that. I think we basically, in part because trans people since like the 1950s have been getting fucked over and not had a lot of good research done on trans medicine. I think we don't know what the detransition rate is, especially for kids who didn't go through sort of the normal clinical process of the Dutch protocol, which involves a lot of therapy, a lot of talking through, a lot of discussing comorbidity. So if you have data, setting aside the fact this article is from 2018, if you have data showing like a reliable detransition rate, I'm all ears. I just haven't seen it.
Okay. If you don't mind, can we get to that after this part? Because I wanted to kind of compartmentalize each one of these. So if we're still speaking about these.
Okay, I'm happy to, but let me just make one minor complaint, which is like
absolutely.
If your whole thing is like disproportionately focusing on X rather than Y, and
Yes.
my answer is, well, we don't know how X common is. You can understand, but
I
feel free
totally
to
agree with you,
continue.
and I think that's a fair thing for me to have to disprove. So I've got a breadth of studies that I eventually wanted to start talking about and unpacking piece by piece. But then we move away from this topic, and you actually asked the question that could you also ask that question a little bit later as well, because I want to answer it firsthand. Because anytime you're like, I haven't seen a single one of my critics capable of answering or responding to this, I think that it's important to actually unpack those. But maybe it would be easier if we had a baseline of something we can both agree with, so that I can actually try and see where the point of contention is. Would you agree with the assertion that, for example, homosexuals, gay people, were stigmatized heavily as being potential predators and pedophiles as a way of trying to
yes, and
oppress them?
they still are. There's been a resurgence of that. Yeah.
And do you agree that the majority of sexual offenders are cis heterosexual men?
Are cis heterosexual men?
Yes.
Probably.
The majority of
just
sexual
'cause that's
offenders.
the majority of people, because most offenders are male and most males are cis. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah.
Okay, so granted that, if I wrote an article in which I was interviewing the victims of sexual assault, and I focused primarily on the victims of sexual assault who had been assaulted by homosexuals, even though they were telling their stories, this actually happened, and it was 100% factually true, do you understand then that I would be crafting a narrative that would further stigmatize homosexuals because I was focusing primarily, even though they were the minority of the offenders, I was crafting a narrative that when people read that story, they would read the personal testimonies of multiple people who had been assaulted and then walk away from that perhaps more frightened, contributing then to the stigmatization of gay people?
So just to make the analogy fit, in this hypothetical article, you'd also interview people who are sexually assaulted by cis men.
We're not doing cis or trans here. I'm doing heterosexual or homosexual. But yes, I would interview, say, 6 people who had been sexually assaulted by homosexuals, and then 1 person who had been sexually assaulted by a heterosexual.
I mean, if your article was just about sexual assault and how common it is, I would find that odd. I think this analogy fails for a number of reasons. One of which is this is a pretty new.
By the way, the shortcut to this issue is that Lance doesn't care about fringe cases. He doesn't care about looking into unique situations or anything like that. Like, he doesn't care about, like, say there might be, let's say there was a world where there was just something very different about the way that like gay men sexually assault people compared to straight men, or like the experience of gay men who get sexually assaulted. Because I think if you're, if that were, because if you're like a gay man and you go into gay spaces, you might like just say there was like a phenomenon there where like part of the gay experience was like you're in an environment with men and men are pigs, and then like you have to deal with like the sleaziness of men when you're dating, like much more so than other men, like straight men do, something like that. Even if you're going to focus on something like that, the problem is that Lance doesn't care about like the intersectionality of how different marginalized groups can experience different forms of bigotry or marginalization or anything like that. Because obviously detransitioners, they do face an intersectional issue because they obviously had something going on with them that made them want to transition at some point and actually go to a point of hormone therapy. And then they detransition, and then they find themselves in a position where they are treated very, very uniquely by both right-wingers and left-wingers. But Lance doesn't care about any of that. All he cares about is if your work is geared towards a particular ideological goal or if it's not. So unless it's part of the left-wing we need to...
Guys like Lance are how centrists and not the right-wing ones becomes magtards. They're almost cult-like in how there's zero room for disagreement. I've never wanted to leave the left, just exclusion, saluting face emoji.
Thanks for $10. Like, yeah, he doesn't actually give a fuck about any of the, like, anything that interesting about detransitioners or any other like intersection that might not fit neatly within his ideology. All he cares about is just like, it's just the ideology, just the left wing standard position. Right wingers are transphobic, being trans is fucking banging, and hormone therapy should be available to everyone, and that's it. And that's not even a bad goal in and of itself. Like, yeah, trans people do suffer from lack of adequate healthcare, especially in like, not even to mention in places where they've got it best, like in Europe and America, they still have problems, right? And sometimes it's even going backwards, it's backsliding. But Lance doesn't, like, that's the only interest he has. That's the only interest he has. He doesn't have any intellectual curiosity about any of the nuances around trans identity, about like how the studies work when it comes to kids, about flaws in quite a few of the studies, and how detransitioning works. He didn't care about any of that, like, because that's not the goal, right? But fuck.
Medical protocol that's been around since 2008-ish, or Dutch did it a little bit earlier, and we don't know much about it. So I think if you're writing about a new thing where you don't know the base rates, I guess I'm just confused as to what in my Atlantic article you would find to be stigmatizing of trans people. Like what is a quote in my article that you think cast aspersions on trans people, the trans experience?
But just to be clear, you would agree that if I did that, that was demonstrating that I, as the person who was writing the article, the journalist in this case, was distinctly trying to push a narrative, and in order to fearmonger towards homosexuals, that there are higher rates. I would disproportionately be crafting a narrative that isn't true in doing so. Just in my personal example, I'm not talking about your article.
Like, again, even with this example of homosexuals, like, what if someone wrote an article about how gay men might, I don't even know if this happens to a degree, but like, just to say it does. Like, what if someone discovered a phenomenon about like when gay men go into the scene and they go into Grindr or gay clubs or anything like that, and then they realize very early on like how difficult it is to be hit on by other men, because men are like typically more aggressive when they hit on people. I hear stories about like when gay men go on fucking Grindr, like the amount of like racialization that goes on, and again, because you're in a situation where normally, like in dating, women put like a bit of a filter on men, whereas men on men, like there's no, like the typical societal filter is less likely to be there. So you can probably like write a really interesting article about that experience of gay men who end up getting the unlucky or the short end of the stick. But would Lancet post an article like that because it is because if you write like 9,000 words on gay sexual impropriety or gay people being creepy in an article that's about the gay experience from a very particular standpoint, then that means you're like spreading a homophobic narrative. Like, fuck off. Because people talk about this, right? Even if you're like a feminist, you would say, like, if you want to know what it's like being in the dating world and dealing with men as a man, just make a fucking Grindr app and sit there for 10 minutes and then just wait and see the DMs that you get. And you're like, that's probably not too far off of what it's like to be a woman. Like, yeah, fuck. But I don't know, I guess like discussing that side of things would make you homophobic, according to Lance.
Just that analogy.
Well, yeah, but you're trying to draw an analogy. I disagree with the analogy, but sure. Yeah, I'll get that. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, again, you're asking a question that I've already answered, because I think if you write an article in which the bulk of the article talks about the negative experiences that cis people have experienced, especially detransitioners who went through the process, anyone who walks away from reading that article where the vast majority of the words are spent interviewing people who had negative experiences are going to think that the overwhelming amount of trans people who undergo transitioning experience a negative effect. The majority of the article is spent on interviewing it, right? There's only two people that you've interviewed in the article. Again, Scott Padberg, Orion Floss, who, by the way, both happen to be he, him. I'm also curious as to why every single person who's a detransitioner was a woman. Was that just the people who had been responding, or was that a personal choice?
You're asking whether detransitioners or the happily transitioned are biological females.
Yeah, so the detransitioners, aka people who are cis and always were cis, are all women, every single one of them. And then the people who I could say are closest to happily transitioned trans people are both men, are both he, him. Was that an editorial decision, or was that just
in other words, so everyone involved was a natal female?
That's not my question. My question is, again, so the majority of people that you chose...
You're saying there were two happily transitioned people, and they were both trans guys?
Yeah, they were both men.
Of the two, they were both... No, I mean, there was no... I mean, that's just like who the best stories were. There's also... If you go to a youth gender clinic today, 70 to 80% of the people at that clinic for youth services will be natal female. So it makes sense that's who you would find if you look for some kids to talk to.
So it wasn't a decision on your part. It was simply how this worked out.
How it shook out. Yeah.
Okay, understanding. Did you get to pick the photos that were used, out of curiosity? The pictures? Did you have any editorializing on that?
Does the author of you're asking if the author of an Atlantic piece gets to choose the photos? No,
I'm just asking if you had any editorial decision making. I'm just asking. This is not my line of work, right? So I'm having to ask you. But I'm curious.
So what happened here, unfortunately, was a trans model signed a release giving the editors permission to use their, I believe they used they them pronouns at the time and still do, to use their image on the cover. Then after the article came out and they were unhappy about it, they said that they had been lied to somehow, which I've never quite understood, because to me, if I sign a release saying you can use my photo in this, but if there's more to that story, you can let me know. But that a lot of people were complaining about that. I feel like that was unfair to the art department, who just like followed the rules completely and got a release from the model. But I don't know. I don't have anything to do with that decision, because I'm a freelancer and a writer, not a photographer.
Right, absolutely. But so just to be clear, it's he, him. So uses he, him pronouns. And he was featured on the cover of the article. Do you not think it was unfair to him that, the way that the article used his photo and then said, your child says she's trans, she wants hormones and surgery, she's 13, that effectively not only misgendered him, but then outed him as being trans to his family through the process, something that's extremely dangerous for anyone who's LGBTQ+.
Do you think that if a trans person is in the closet and doesn't want to be outed, they should participate in a photo shoot about trans people?
That wasn't my question, though. You're answering a question with a question. I'm just telling you the reality of what...
Oh, God. This is like, I'm already having a fucking flashback to the fucking Nirvana baby story. Oh, no. Yeah, why did they do that? We have a racketeer. We have a rocketeer on the job. What was the... This lawsuit from the Nirvana baby is so funny, man. It's fucking hilarious. Nirvana wins lawsuit over Nevermind Baby album cover because he claimed that this image being used of him, the guy who grew up, because it's a real person here, was... Defendants knowingly produced, possessed, and advertised commercial child pornography depicting Spencer. And then he also said that it had caused him permanent harm and a lifelong loss of income earning capacity. And then the case gets completely dismissed with prejudice, which means it can't get brought up again. This is what they wrote. Not serious, deeply unserious. A brief examination of the photograph or Eldon's own conduct, brackets, not to mention the photograph's presence in the homes of millions of Americans who, on Eldon's theory, are guilty of felony possession of child pornography, makes that clear. And then at the end, him talking about permanent harm and loss of income earning capacity, they refer back to a few years later in 2015, when he told The Guardian, "It's a weird thing to get my head around being part of such a culturally iconic image, but it's always been a positive thing and opened doors for me. I'm 23 now and an artist, and this story gave me an opportunity to work with Shepard Fairey for 5 years, which was an awesome experience." Just a photo of a child. Well, he does have you can see his, in the full album cover, like you can see his little fucking baby penis, but like it's not child pornography. Like, yeah, fuck. You thought this was AI, what, from 1991? But, okay. I don't know, just never trust a model in a photo shoot, even if that model is 4 months old, apparently.
What happened,
because they'll grow up and they'll try to pull some shit
as a result of being in that photo shoot.
This person was outed against their will?
According to his testimony, yes.
I guess okay, so like I look stereotypically Jewish. I have a big nose. You don't have to respond to that, but it's true. If I felt like I didn't want people to know I was Jewish and I signed my name to a form,
Lance chomping at the bit to he's like, oh fuck, have I got another bigotry box I can put this guy in? Put him in the bigotry box.
I'm saying this is going to be a photo gallery of Jewish people, and then I complained, this outed me as Jewish. That would seem pretty silly to me because I signed a piece of paper saying I'd be giving you permission to use me for this story about being Jewish. So I guess that's always confused me. I think maybe what this person should have done if they didn't want to be outed or weren't out is not participate in a photo shoot about trans youth, but I can't speak to their experience or his experience. I'm sorry.
So it's kind of a fuck around and find out scenario.
What?
Fuck around in the...
Dude, it's like Lance is so desperate to call this victim blaming.
sense of signing a thing saying I'm being photographed for a story about trans youth.
Okay.
Is that what you mean by fuck around? Well,
No.
can I just ask you though, if you do you get what I'm saying? That like if you sign something saying I'm choosing to be featured in this magazine, I mean, what do you think should have happened?
I think that there's a large amount of people who are trying to get into a very difficult field, such as modeling or anything related to that. And so if you sign up for something where it's like, hey, by the way, this is a casting call. We're going to be talking to different teens, their views on transition. And that's essentially what the casting call was, according to the article that was written about this. And in relation to that, they were not aware, when this was taking place, that, he was going to be used in this respect to be an article that is now considered to be highly controversial. And then
he was
the
aware,
end
though,
result
because
was
he
that
signed
this...
a release giving...
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that
his
this is
permission.
illegal.
Yeah.
That would be a different accusation, right? I'm saying, yeah, you signed a release. I mean, at the end of the day, the Atlantic had the legal rights to do with whatever they wanted with it, right? When I say...
And morally, you have no claim. If you sign a release and you're a legal adult saying you can use my photo for this, you have no moral claim if someone then uses your photo for it.
Right, but you don't think that it's at all unfortunate then? Maybe that's a way of putting it. That as a result
I guess I'm curious.
It's unfortunate that this fucking bozo clearly thought they could ride a fucking bandwagon off this article, became fairly unpopular in left-wing spaces, and thought they could get away with feigning some kind of fucking wrongdoing, some kind of victimhood, because they thought they could get away with saying, I agreed to have my photo used in an article about trans people, but now I'm going to say that they outed me as trans by using my photo. Fuck you, man. Like, that's just, it's just showbiz, bro. Don't trust these people. Don't trust people in showbiz, okay? Because they'll fuck you. Like that person clearly tried to fuck the Atlantic, okay? That's all that is. Is that quite simple? Case closed?
How this person was outed by being on the cover. Do you have the backstory on that?
Yeah, so according to the article that's in them.us, Brewer's photo appeared on the cover to illustrate a story about Jesse Singal, a journalist who's covered the trans community in notably dishonest terms in the past. The cover line in Brewer's photo appeared next to "Your child says she's trans, she wants hormones and surgery, she's 13. Brewer told Pointner that he used they them pronouns at the time, but now he uses he him pronouns. That was 22 years ago. And it outed his gender identity to his immediate family and members before he felt ready to tell them. He didn't know much about the story that his photo would be used to illustrate. He'd originally responded to an open casting call by photographer so-and-so, who was working for the New Yorker and the New York Times, for a photo shoot on an article about gender dysphoria that was debating different views on teens wanting to transition.
I'm sorry, current pronouns is he or they, he, right?
He, him, yeah.
Okay, so he signed a form saying, I'm participating in a Photoshop about a photo shoot about teens seeking to transition, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We might have to agree to disagree on this one. Because to me, if I sign a form saying I'm participating in a photo shoot about this sensitive issue, it just doesn't make sense to then say I was outed against my will. And I think that's really unfair to sort of the art folks at the Atlantic who, that's a really tough story to illustrate. I have no idea how I would have done it, but I don't think they did anything wrong. But
they took a photo of him. They used the photo for the cover of the Atlantic. And then in that picture, right beside it, it says, she wants hormones and surgery. She's 13. She was 22 at the time. Sorry, he was 22 at the time in this case. So he was 22 years old. But this front page now says she's 13. She wants hormone surgery right beside his photo. Right, which again, you don't think that it is all irresponsible to put that in giant words right beside his picture?
So we're moving on to a separate claim now, which is that the outed thing is this is where he needs a debate, bro. Okay, you need a debate, bro, for people like this, because you need him to concede that. Okay, you realize that the accusation that the Atlantic outed this person against their will is fucking retarded, right? Like, you need to actually own that the person trying to kick up a fuss about being outed as trans after they agreed to appear in a photo shoot for an article about trans people, that's just like a fucking rocketeer, right? That's just nonsense. Okay. If we can agree to that, then we can move on to the misgendering complaint. The thing with the misgendering complaint is like, I don't know what the rules are, and I don't think anyone does. If you're talking about, say you have a child and they're raised a female, and they're 13, and then they say you're trans. They say that they say that they're trans, and they want to transition. Then do you just immediately flick the switch in your head and start referring to them as he? Say you call someone, and you're like, yeah, listen, Melanie has just told me she's trans. I mean, shit, sorry, fuck. Melvin has just told me he's trans. He, him. It's like 5 minutes after they just come out to you. Like, okay, I don't know, fuck.
I feel like there's a crossed wires here, because like, so if there's a photo of about youth soccer in Time magazine and they get a bunch of kids and put them in a soccer uniform, those kids, that no one looking at that is like, that's a real kid who actually plays soccer. You're modeling, like you can use a model's image in a lot of ways. Your complaint is that it was inaccurate about their gender identity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, first off, I think like anyone looking at this cover again, especially if you're not familiar with this topic, and you see his face, and then you see the words, misgendering him, and saying that he's 13 years old. This implication is probably for some part of the story, one of the other people that you interviewed, because this person, he's not even featured in your article, right? But in so doing, that's part of the aspect that I think is also disingenuous.
Oftentimes a magazine cover will like speak and sort of like, that's the kind of scenario the story's about. What do you do if your kid wants to go on hormones or get surgery?
Right. So and again, this is something that you have nothing to do with. You didn't pick the words that would appear on the cover of The Atlantic. That was their own editorial decision. But it's just something that you also don't feel morally conflicted about, because he had agreed to it.
I feel pissed off because it's fine if this person was unhappy with their decision to participate in the photo shoot, that's fine. I felt like The Atlantic got a little bit of a raw deal because they didn't do anything wrong, and I still haven't heard from you what they did wrong.
Well, I think the first thing that they did wrong was put in giant bold letters that, he is a 13-year-old, he is a she, and that, again, anyone who's seen this cover, for example, if you were the family members of, like, his family, obviously, I suppose, according to him, saw this cover, recognized him, and then was like, whoa.
It's a hard thing, though, because, like, this is just, even if you get rid of the whole thing, that, like, obviously the way an article works is, like, they're using, like, say they use a picture of, like, a stock trans person, but then the text is just, like, unrelated to the picture, but you might think that's, like, clumsy, because it might make an implication about the person in the picture that they don't want, especially if with trans issues, it's like a sensitive issue, obviously, gender. But if you're looking at that picture, is it here? Jesse Single Atlantic article. Like, if you take this, the problem here with this as well is that, like, the problem here as well is, like, the way that this has come is, like, this could be the perspective of a parent, like, 2 minutes after they've just been told this, at which point your head is probably still in the space of seeing your child as the gender that they've been for 13 years. Like, this does not come off as, like, anywhere close to, like, a malicious misgendering with the way that it's, like, showing that narrative, but okay, whatever.
At the time he was going by they, them, but now, based on this cover, it says that you're a 13-year-old.
It also says your child, yeah. But no, this is a POV, right? This is your 13-year-old child that you're looking at when they're telling you this.
Who wants hormones and surgery, and it turns out that he in fact was trans and has undergone gender affirming care, but that was information that his family was not privy to. So your defense of that is just that he shouldn't have done the photo shoot in the first place then, if that was...
Well, sorry, what information was his family not privy to?
The fact that he was trans.
But he signed a release to be in I don't do. I'm sorry. I feel bad. Like he signed a release saying I'm going to be in a photo shoot about trans kids. Right.
Right. So in that sense, it's on you, right? Like you made that decision. It's
yes.
Yeah, that's what a photo release is.
irresponsible.
The reason to sign a photo release.
Yes,
is,
welcome to the adult world, you fucking moron. Like, are you pro-trans or are you pro-coddling trans? Like, treating them like fucking babies? Like, what the fuck?
to say I'm letting my photo out into the world. I think I got the sense he was unhappy with the article, which he has every right to be. But
well, I guess
yeah.
if you want to ask for an extreme comparison, if there was a photo shoot of, say, me, and they used my photo, and it was in an interview where I was discussing, say, how much I hate white supremacists or white supremacism, and they used my picture on the cover, and then all of a sudden there was a quote beside it, and it was like, deleting white supremacists in Canada, but my picture was right there, and I'm in the article speaking out against that. I would say that was a disingenuous way of using my photo, even though I'd signed a release form, even though I'd agreed to be part of this photo shoot. They were manipulating the way my picture is now being perceived by the public.
I think your argument would be right if they had listed the model's name and if it wasn't like such an abstracted photo illustration. In your example, they're using you, Lance, like an actual but I will say, like, we should talk more about stuff I've actually written. But I'm happy to defend the Atlantic decisions on this week. Yeah,
I can move on then. So I wanted to talk about the newer studies that have come out, because you said you've not heard of any studies that actually show that the rates of children who actually desist are low. This is something
sorry. Are we talking desistance or detransition?
Well, we can talk about both.
He knows the difference. Hey, let's go. Yeah, they're very different things. Yeah.
We can talk about satisfaction rates for children who transition, and at which point how they feel and how much satisfaction they have, and how many of them actually choose to detransition. But this is something in which the overwhelming amount of data that has come out internationally from study after study on this topic shows very, 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 very low rates of detransitioning, to the point where for someone to infer that they could be high or low, like, this is, again, not my area of expertise. This is something that you've written way more about than I have. But, have you pulled up the levels of satisfaction and regret after gender-affirming care in adolescence? 2024, U.S. study, which showed 97% continued access to gender-affirming care, and their satisfaction rate was 6.5 out of 7 on an average of 6 to 10 years after transition.
Sure. So the problem here is there's also a study based on like U.S. military healthcare records where I forget the exact number. I'll include links to all these studies in our show notes. 25% had discontinued a few years later. And Kinnan McKinnon's point, this is this researcher who studies this stuff, is that depending on how you ask the question, you get a lot of different answers. And a lot of the studies saying a 1 or 2 or 3% regret rate only count kids who come back to the clinic and say, I transitioned, here I am. And that's, if a lot of them don't come back because they feel like they were burned by clinics that didn't give them good care. So I used to say, I cited this statistic that the desistance rate, not detransition, desistance is 80%. I no longer use that because I think there's a lot of fuzziness here. I just feel the same way about the detransition research. I think there's an article I'll include a link to, and this is just one person's opinion. It is a peer-reviewed article. The detransition rate is unknown. The author is Cohn, Archives of Sexual Behavior. That's my view, is the detransition rate is unknown. Because if I have 100 patients who come through my clinic, and 2 years later, I reach out to them and I get in touch with 50 of them, and they're all happy. That's not a 0% detransition rate. It's an I don't know detransition rate because I've lost track of 50 of them, or 50% of them. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you don't know what happened,
I get what you're saying, but you immediately just took a peer-reviewed study that I was referencing, and this is a recent one. This one was from 2024, and discounted it just out of the gates and said, yeah, the truth is that, hey, by the way, there's another study that shows, if we interview military personnel, that this is just not the case. That's one of, again, many studies that you can pull up. There's re-identification with birth registered sex in Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort. This was an Australian study of 552 patients. They showed 1% of trans youth re-identified with their sex assigned at birth, 4% re-identified during mental health assessments period or earlier did not proceed with gender-affirming care. There's also a more nuanced story. The pediatric gender-affirming healthcare is associated with satisfaction and confidence from 2024. This one, once again, 88% expressed satisfaction, 86.7% felt confident out of 141 on hormones. Only one person, sorry, I want to finish saying this because I think it's important for your audience. Only one person, 0.7%, regretted both hormone therapy and surgery. Now, for longitudinal studies, which is something that I know you've often asked about as well, there's the gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one was 2022 in the US, which included 317 youth, 208 trans girls, 109 trans boys, and I think this is one of the ones that you personally critiqued. But 94% maintained their gender identity without regret. 3.5 became non-binary, and only 2.5 reverted back to being cis. And of all these studies, the reason that is often given for people who do detransition, or even in desistance cases, is social stigma, the social stigma that's applied to this. Now, I think one of the problems you have when people want to go back and forth on the data, and even if it's someone like me who wants to, exclusively refer to peer-reviewed studies only, is that you can look at meta-analysis of the studies. You can look at, pooling of the studies, right? Like there's the regret after gender affirmation study, the systematic review. That one analyzes 27 studies.
You mean the one in the Journal of, it analyzed how many?
This one analyzes 27 studies, pulling 7,928 trans patients internationally. And
so
of that study, the majority of them are on adults.
Hey, I feel bad, but I'm not the talking over me. Let me just, because I'm very familiar with these studies. So the one you just mentioned,
sure.
They doubled their sample size through an error. Their sample size was 50% high. Let me pull up the actual. This is Bustos et al., right?
Hold on.
Yeah, regret after gender affirmation surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence.
Yes, it's Bustos.
This was a study, I've written about it.
Sure.
I forget the exact, they basically doubled their sample size because they did not correctly transfer the data from the studies they were looking at into their meta-analysis. And to this day, there's this team, I think it's one psychiatrist in Australia and a few researchers in London or thereabouts who've been trying to get them to correct the numerous errors with it. Now, even if I've written about this study in particular, even if you accepted their claims at face value, the overall loss to follow-up rate was 40%. So there's two things here. If this was a great meta-analysis, we would still not know what happened to 40% of the participants, but they just won't correct their errors. There's sort of a long paper trail. And unfortunately, I found this before I got into the gender stuff, I wrote a whole book about other sort of popular science ideas where there was very little accountability and researchers don't correct their errors. And it's just, science is in a bad place right now. It isn't just youth gender medicine, but I would just make 2 points. One of which is this is the single most viral study on the regret question, despite having all sorts of uncorrected errors.
Oh no, he knows about the studies that Lance has only read the abstracts to the first sentences of. Oh no.
Overall loss to follow-up rate is 40%. That means you don't know. So the Australian study you just mentioned, you probably don't. I don't think. What's the loss to follow-up rate? Do you know that?
Hell no.
Is this the one in which?
Are you fucking kidding me? The what? The what to the what rate? Fuck me. Why would you?
The Australian study you just mentioned.
What do they think Jesse Singal does all day? The guy is fucking obsessed with this one fucking issue, and all the studies on this issue. Okay, what were you expecting? You're like, oh yeah, he's never heard of these studies before. Like, what the fuck?
You probably don't. I don't think. What's the loss to follow-up rate? Do you know that?
Is this the one in which there's
a difference between from the Australian clinic?
Yeah. So in that case, when you're saying there's a loss of 40% of the people who return to ask the questions, right? That doesn't mean that you can classify them as desisters or detransitioners or simply.
No. What I'm saying is, if you loss to follow-up just means you don't know. I don't know how many of them detransitioned or desisted. But the point is, if you've lost 40% of your sample, and in the Australian one you brought up as a 2024 one, do you know what the loss to follow-up rate in that one is?
No, I don't have the data.
Okay. So again.
Yes, I acknowledge the Jane Socks dono. I also acknowledge that it was most likely a mistake, which it was. So I need to find a way to refund it effectively. The one from VX3 is actually real, so that's cool. Anyway. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Today is the 98th birthday for the much ballyhooed convenience store 7-Eleven. Can we count on you to wish them a happy birthday? Sure, why not? Oh, 7-Eleven because it's fucking backwards months. Ugh. Even though, yeah, I can afford a Herman Miller. I can afford it. I don't know if I want the Aeron though, because it's that seems to be the one that you find in the secondhand stores. Is there anywhere I can try these chairs where I live? There maybe is. Maybe. Okay.
This is like
You're talking about
I'm
the
a nerd
2024
about-
re-identification with birth registered sex in Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort.
It's the one you mentioned as an example of how.
Yeah,
low
the one
the
that you're
rate is.
invoking that I invoked, that would be the one from 2024. So I
Okay.
can. We
Well,
can
I would
open
just
it
say
right
it's
now.
probably important to know what the loss to follow-up rate is. Now, I think the Dutch have probably done the best job. They have a couple of studies where people who go through this pretty intensive diagnostic process, where like I think trans activists
Grand
think it's too
Scottish Chair
harsh, but it's
Store.
like if you
Hell
have a
yeah.
lot of other mental health comorbidities, they don't let you transition. I think they've done a couple studies where like loss to follow-up isn't too high, and if you go through this strict process, yeah, the outcomes appear to be pretty good. But I don't know how things are going in Canada. In the US, we have a totally different protocol where a lot of clinics are not doing a lot of gatekeeping. And I guess that's what worries me, because I don't think there would be much of a story here if, like, in every case of a young person getting.
Use a Herman Miller Mira. What do they look like? Fuck. Oh, they're fairly affordable. But they just look like the annoying fucking mesh chair that I'm currently using, which is horrible.
Hormones or surgeries or blockers, there'd been an extensive assessment period. But we know from Reuters reporting, from a little bit of my reporting, that's not the norm. So that's what I'm worried about. And that's why I think like it's important to dig into these regret studies and say, if you have kids coming through your clinic and you're giving them major medical treatments, and then 40% of them disappear, and I'm 40%, it's usually lower than that, but 30%, and you can't follow up with them, how can you say it's a successful treatment or that they're happy? You don't know that. So that's why I say the detransition rate, in my view, is unknown.
What did he say there? That might have been important.
Lost 40% of your sample. And I don't, in the Australian one you brought up as a 2024 one, do you know what the loss to follow-up rate in that one is?
No, I don't have the data.
Okay. And so again, this is like,
You're talking about the
I'm a nerd
2024 re-identification with birth registered sex in Western Australian pediatric gender clinic cohort.
It's the one you mentioned as an example of how.
Yeah,
low
the one that you're
rate is.
invoking that I invoked, that would be the one from 2024. So I can.
I would just say it's probably important to know what the loss to follow-up rate is. Now, I think the Dutch have probably done the best job. They have a couple of studies where people who go through this pretty intensive diagnostic process, where like I think trans activists think it's too harsh, but it's like if you have a lot of other mental health comorbidities, they don't let you transition. I think they've done a couple studies where like loss to follow-up isn't too high, and if you go through this strict process, yeah, the outcomes appear to be pretty good. But I don't know how things are going in Canada. In the US, we have a totally different protocol where a lot of clinics are not doing a lot of gatekeeping. And I guess that's what worries me, because I don't think there would be much of a story here if, like, in every case of a young person getting hormones or surgeries or blockers, there'd been an extensive assessment period. But we know from Reuters reporting, from a little bit of my reporting, that's not the norm. So that's what I'm worried about. And that's why I think like it's important to dig into these regret studies and say, if you have kids coming through your clinic and you're giving them major medical treatments, and then 40% of them disappear, and I'm 40%, it's usually lower than that, but 30%, and you can't follow up with them, how can you say it's a successful treatment or that they're happy? You don't know that. So that's why I say the detransition rate, in my view, is unknown. I would not say it's super high, which some gender critical activists do, just because like, the detransition subreddit is getting bigger. That doesn't tell us it's high. I have no confidence it's low, because every time I've looked at a study that seems to say it's low, it has what to me are pretty major problems.
So speaking about the United States, again, yeah, I think you are very good at pulling apart, the small specific parts about, individual studies and going back and forth. Have you mentioned that conclusively every major medical association in the United States agrees upon gender-affirming care, that it's a valid form of health care, and that it should be acceptable for doctors to use? And the same applies to Canada. Every major medical association in Canada strongly supports gender-affirming care, including access to puberty blockers and hormones.
Well, I mean, first of all, that's not true because the American Academy of Pediatrics is doing a new systematic review.
It's 100% true.
What do you,
I'm sorry. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the Endocrine Society, Pediatric Endocrine Society, American Academy of Child Analysis and Psychiatry, the National Association of Social Workers, and American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. They all have statements that are still available on their websites. Now, that could change, as you're suggesting right now. The American Academy of Pediatrics could change their stance on that. But as of right now, every major medical association in the United States agrees and strongly supports gender-affirming care.
They don't strongly support it. So they all use different language. Some of them will say, like, in the case of well-assessed youth or something like that. In the case of the AAP, they put out a 2018 policy statement where this one guy, Jason Rafferty, he wrote it. And usually when you have a statement from a medical group, you want it to be like the statement of the whole group, right? Not just one guy or like a committee. So this was an unusual case where one guy wrote it. It says at the bottom, this is his responsibility and his responsibility alone. And it's a strange statement that I think has a lot of inaccuracies. Now, I know that in your world, the CAS review has been debunked, which I just think is wrong. I've written about that. The CAS review, one of the useful things it did was look at the existing standards put out by these groups. And it basically just showed that there's not a good scientific process underlying these statements. And I think in some cases, there's a case to be made that there's been political pressure. In the case of WPATH, we know from documents that fell out of these court cases that there was political pressure. So I think you're too trusting of the medical establishment because like they're not purely scientific groups. Like what some of the American Medical Association and groups like it have been against Medicare for all. They've been in favor of these ridiculous laws that make it hard for like Indian doctors to come over here and practice. So they're not right about everything. Like I'm guessing you are for Medicare for all, right?
I think you've changed the topic like 3 times in one sentence. I think you're trying to just deviate away from the fact that every single medical association in the United States agrees upon this. You can start to poke holes in that by saying that their statement isn't as strong as you feel it is, but that is just a universal fact. Right now, as of our recording, that every single medical association, major medical association in the United States agrees upon this. Now, if you want to talk about the CAS, if you want to talk about the CAS review, we can eventually get to that because, again, I want to talk about this in terms of like, I'm not an expert on this. I'm not a scientist, right? Yeah. So I have to actually look this stuff up. But this is universal as well within Canada. If you're not aware, the Canadian Pediatric Society, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Psychological Association, and the Canadian Psychiatric Association all agree that, again, they support gender-affirming care, including the use of puberty blockers and hormones for youth. That's the totality of the major medical associations that would determine whether or not this should be safe for children to do.
So let's stick to the Canadian ones, which you're probably more familiar with. When you say they support it, do they support it like an informed consent model or lengthy assessment? What exactly are they in favor of?
So I wrote down a little paragraph on each one of their endorsements. So the Canadian Pediatric Society recommends gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers and hormone therapy, under informed consent models. The Canadian Medical Association endorses access to gender-affirming care and opposes bans for political interference. The Canadian Psychological Association supports affirming care and mental health support for trans youth, and the Canadian Psychiatric Association affirms that gender-affirming care is evidence-based and medically appropriate.
So the first one you mentioned, is that informed consent for young people or for adults? Yes, informed consent model. For who? Adults or young people?
Both.
Both. Okay. So that means like if a 13-year-old comes into a clinic and wants hormones, they should just get hormones.
No, not at all.
If they sign the consent, if they sign the consent form.
You've spoken about the DSM-5 before, right? You're aware of how the system itself works.
Oh shit.
No, informed consent. The whole point of informed consent is there's not gatekeeping. That's what informed consent is. If you're told the risks and benefits of this treatment, you can consent to it. You can fill out a form.
Yeah, that would be not gatekeeping.
Right. But in the case of you saying that, like, you could just walk into a door and walk out with puberty blockers, that's not how someone would be diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
But under the informed consent model, it doesn't matter what their diagnosis is. The point is, informed consent.
Absolutely, it does. Sorry, how do you think the DSM-5 works? Do you think that people simply walk into the clinic and they say, I like girls, but I want to dress up like a boy, and then they're like, okay, here's hormones?
I like girls, but I want to dress up as a boy.
Do you know what informed consent means?
But now you're backtracking. Again, this
well, just tell me, yes or no. Do you know what informed consent means?
That's not backtracking. The argument is clearly over what they mean by informed consent.
Jesse, specifically, when it comes to how they actually walk into these clinics that are treated, neither of us are doctors, right? So in what world
is it because they're arguing over whether or not you can get it for free? Okay, I don't know.
Does that
Consent.
work?
Do you know what informed consent means? Because this is important to the point I'm trying to make.
We've already defined informed consent.
What does it mean?
Recommends gender-affirming care, including puberty blockers and hormones therapy, under the informed consent models.
Okay, you're Googling informed consent model. What do you find?
No, I'm opening up their website because I want to get to it.
Okay. You don't know, dude. Just say it's. You're not.
In
is it
60
like
years,
you know a
well-
lot of.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think you don't know what informed consent means, and that's causing a roadblock in the conversation.
Oh,
Under an
shit.
informed consent model for youth, if that's what this group supports, a 13-year-old, if they're informed of the costs of the potential harms and benefits of the treatment, a 13-year-old can go on hormones right away. That's what informed consent means in the context of transgender healthcare.
No, they would still
And it could be
need
you're
to-
in favor of that.
They would
It could be
still
you're in
need
favor of
no, Jesse. They would still need to actually be determined. Sorry, a doctor would still need to be determining whether or not that individual actually, in fact, has the 5 of the 7
No, that's gatekeeping.
qualifications.
The whole point of informed consent is it was a response to gatekeeping because for decades, trans adults felt like doctors were poking and prodding them and asking personal questions. Informed consent was an alternative to that, where you're said, the doctor says, here's what the hormones will do. Here are the potential downsides.
Right.
Sign this form and we'll give them to you. So that's why informed consent clinics are so popular, including at some of our Planned Parenthoods in the States.
But then what I don't understand what your problem is with that then.
With a 13-year-old being able to walk in and get hormones?
But they wouldn't be able to under informed
They
consent
would.
models.
Wait, this is what I don't know. Do you need a gender dysphoria diagnosis to get hormone therapy in the United States? That seems to be the issue because Lance is assuming that informed consent comes after it assumes a diagnosis has happened. Whereas it sounds like Jesse is arguing that diagnosis is gatekeeping, and that's why you might not need a diagnosis in some parts of the United States. That's why they're saying the informed consent model, because the informed consent model might be different from like a diagnosis model. Is it very state by state? The informed consent is about not getting diagnosed. Where do I see that though? Diagnosis of gender dysphoria. This is from Mayo Clinic. Can you get hormones USA without gender or a diagnosis? Apparently it's not always a requirement. Why? Where? Yeah, so apparently the informed consent model is about not needing a diagnosis. Oh. So Lance doesn't wait, if that's true, where can I see that definitively? Can I just get something that actually confirms that? 100%. Hey! What's this? Accept our privacy term. What the fuck? Okay, hang. I have no privacy. Get in all my holes. You can look at all my holes. Yes. Fuck me. All right, wait. This is apparently about the informed consent model. If you're trying to access gender-affirming care, look for healthcare professionals who practice informed consent. If your country or state doesn't have an informed consent model, you need they can often assist with diagnosis and care. Diagnosis isn't often necessary. So, what is the informed consent model? Gender affirming care. Journal of Ethics, 2016. Informed consent as a model of care has evolved as an alternative to the standard model of care recommended by the World Professional Association or Transgender Health Standard of Care, version 7, which emphasizes the importance of mental health professionals' role in diagnosing gender dysphoria and in assessing the appropriateness and readiness for gender-affirming medical treatments. By contrast, the informed consent model for gender-affirming treatment seeks to acknowledge and better support the patient's right to and capability for personal autonomy in choosing care options without the required involvement of a mental health professional. Okay, so Lance is full of shit. He's completely full of shit. So yes, the informed consent model would mean that you do not require a diagnosis to get HRT. Boom! Fuck! We learned something new about trans people, guys. About the transgenders. Memes. Learning. Put an obsidian thing for my learning. Okay, we learned a new thing. Okay. The informed consent model. Model of an alternative to the standard model of care, which requires emphasizes the importance of mental health professionals in diagnosing gender dysphoria and assessing the appropriateness of gender affirming medical treatment. Okay. The informed consent model. Consent model does not dictate that a patient necessarily needs a diagnosis the involvement of a mental health professional. Okay, necessarily needs a diagnosis before receiving HRT. Okay, boom. Boom! Okay. So how does Lance deal with this? So now that we know Lance is lost, I don't think he understands what they mean by informed consent model. And I don't think Jesse is communicating it, because if you said informed consent model with stress on the word model, then you would probably make it click that this is a particular term. It's a term with specific meaning.
Will do. Here are the potential downsides.
Right.
Sign this form and we'll give them to you. So that's why informed consent clinics are so popular, including at some of our Planned Parenthoods in the States.
But then what I don't understand what your problem is with that then.
With a 13-year-old being able to walk in and get hormones?
But they wouldn't be able to. Under informed consent models.
If under informed consent, that's what informed consent is. In the States, we don't have that for 13-year-olds. You're saying, unless you're misunderstanding the statement, you're saying like for youth, informed consent would mean that. Yeah.
So I'm going to look this up.
He's so confused. Yeah, you do. There is quite a bit of work you need to do to understand these topics if you're going to debate someone who knows it quite well. Lance is the kind of guy like you who would just like, oh, all the experts say, and therefore, like this is like the fucking brain dead. Like mostly because it's not even that the experts are wrong most of the time. It's just because he's misunderstood what the experts even said, right? Also, is this what I'm looking for? Is this legit? This is in the UK, Herman Miller Outlet UK, 99.2% positive rating. Are they just selling this? This is the £1,700 chair for $1,000 secondhand. This looks like the chair, isn't it? Maybe they are in color. There's a gamer one as well. Why is the gamer one better? Because it's got ridges. This is bullshit, right? This is the same chair, but they put some bumps in here because gamers are retarded and they think it makes it better, right? That's all this is. Am I wrong? This is just an aesthetic, right? This fucking ridge. These little bumps. Little bump. It needs some RGB lights, and they can up the price by 500 quid. I don't give a fuck about the ridges, man. I just want a good chair. Fuck. The bumps help with aiming. It's more aerodynamic. Shut up. You got yours refurbished. That's the thing, is like, would this be a risk? Would it be a risk to get this one? Get level 60 embroidered on it. True! They'd absolutely ram the price if they did that. There are two models on the Herman models, and the Logitech has some features of the higher model. I don't know what any of that means. Aerodynamic. It looks like they took this photo in the shower. Well, maybe they cleaned it. Like, it does have a few scuffs, but bro, it's a fucking chair. You sit in it. You ride it like a horse. There are established refurbished sellers. Yeah, I know, but none of them are selling these ones. Ribbed for comfort. Fuck off. Does this even look like it would do the job? It looks nicer than my one currently, but I don't know. Is it worth it? This one or an Aeron? Because this is not a refurbished seller, right? This is just some... But I don't... If they're called Herman Miller Outlet, like, who are they? Who are these people? What do they do? Give me the about. Profile. Tell me about yourselves. Do they refurbish or do they just find them? Will you be able to go to a store and try sitting in one? I think I will, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, these are operated by Herman Miller. Oh, if they're operated by Herman Miller, then they're just selling stuff that was probably like is it new B stock or something like that? Look at the reviews. Yeah, what's the negative feedback? Give me the negative feedback. Too much positive feedback. I want some off-putting shit. Here. Give me the negative. Oh, this is just them shitting on the chair. They're way too low for someone over 6 feet. Fuck! Tall options with longer backs. Too good, 1 star. Fuck! This is the Lino task chair with sacral lumbar support. Lumbar. I'm over 6 foot and I have a Herman Miller. What kind though? What kind what kind? I just have a bad back, bro. I'm just an old man, eh? Get the Taskmaster throne. Miller for tall people. I just need to sit in a bunch of them. That's what I need to do. Stop fucking around. I'm 6'7", 200 pounds. Bro, that's me. You must be quite skinny if you're 6'7", 200 pounds, 90 kilograms. You must be quite skinny because when I am like beefcaking a little bit, I'll be like 86, 87, 88 kilos. So if you're 90 kilograms at 6'7" with an extra 5 inches, and weight scales with height a lot. Yeah, that's a very skinny person. Six, 7, you're a fucking monster, lol. Size C Aeron. Oh yeah, someone said that these were good. Hard to get Type C secondhand. Fuck that. I need a Type C. I want a throne. Okay, sorry, Lance.
Get their website.
Yeah, sure. Also, if you drop a link in the chat, I could read the exact language.
Jesse needs to be less patient. He clearly doesn't know what the informed consent thing means. And Lance is literally just saying,
I guess my bigger question would be,
Lance is literally just sitting there thinking, yeah, well, informed consent, that means they diagnose you with gender dysphoria, and then you give the informed consent. Like, fuck off. That's not what it means, clearly. Yeah. Specky Twat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it.
If every single one, again, because neither of us are doctors, but if every major medical association in both organizations agrees upon this,
I've been trying to answer your question, dude. You said every major medical association supports it, and my point is clearly, like you wouldn't follow what a medical association says blindly, and you just said one of the medical associations is in favor of informed consent for youth. Mm-hmm. So you're against what they say. You don't believe in informed consent for youth on this issue.
The CBS emphasizes that very young people develop different race. Decisions should be based on cognitive material, not chronological age. Use consent to gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming approach recognizes interventions that may be social, psychological, or medical. They say that puberty blockers are considered safe and used when appropriately within a caption of proto-psychological care. Decision-making and medical treatments include puberty blockers, hormones.
Have you gone to a chiropractor? Nope, because I wanted to crack my back. I would lie down and take my knee and just fucking... This is what you do if you want to go to a chiropractor, okay? You just go lie down flat and take your knee and go like that. And then everything in your back will crack. Lie down like Jesus, like a crucifix, okay, like a little starfish, and just swing your knee over, and then you've done all the chiropractor work, okay?
Be private dialogue amongst youth, their providers, and their families. Yeah. So this should be a private dialogue between youth, their providers, and their families according to their model. Yeah, I'll send you this.
So just to find a point of disagreement.
That is exactly what I agree with. Whether or not you can find, like I've told you.
You tried hitting the gym. I do hit the gym. I just wear large t-shirts, so you can't see my gains.
Before, this is not my area of expertise. This is something I believe should be between, again, families, doctors, their healthcare providers. I think what you and me do, essentially, you being a journalist, me being someone who disseminates the news in an entertaining way for people to watch online, what the two of us are effectively doing is we are crafting narratives. And then one of the things that you are doing when you say that you are going to be in opposition to the majority of the scientific consensus on this, because the majority of the scientific consensus seems to agree on these facts, is that ultimately...
But that's also not true, because we haven't even got into like the actual systematic reviews in places like Sweden, Norway, Finland, UK. Like all of Europe has gone in a different direction. Now, I'm not saying we should favor one over. I mean, this would get very in the weeds. I'm not trying to get us in the weeds. At the very least, you have to admit that
get in the weeds. He will actually. The weeds are like Lance's worst enemy, because he's just all he knows is the headings of these studies. He doesn't know fucking shit about what's underlying them. You can tell. That's why he's literally just gone. This is the research process. He's just done this and gone, okay, these guys, NHS gender affirming care, good. He's just done this and he's just gone through and he's just like, yeah, and they just read out like the first paragraph saying that, oh yeah, if you're trans, gender affirming care, good, bang. Like that's all he's doing.
Over in Europe, in some pretty good healthcare systems, they've gotten much more conservative on these treatments. They have concerns, and those concerns are probably not made up by internet trolls, I would think.
No, I think that they are more politically motivated than they are scientifically motivated. I think that there's clearly a broad consensus amongst the scientific community on this topic, and then there are obviously going to be individual studies or people who try to poke holes in it, using again, rhetorical tricks, trying to find out whether or not
Loner Box Max Bench 4 massive bowls of cornflakes.
Understand this as a simple definition, but like I agree that like
you're saying that, so your view is the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, they offer non-politicized guidance, whereas the government of Finland or the government of Norway, those are too politicized to trust. That's the basic argument.
It's not an argument. I don't know enough about what is going on in Finland specifically, so I don't think I'd be able to speak on it, right? So, I mean, like, okay, how about this? Like, you as a person, how many articles have you written on gender affirming care and trans people, do you think, in totality?
I mean, I've gotten more into it since after the firestorm in my Atlantic article. I had like a little bit of a, we need a better term than red pill, because it didn't make me conservative. It didn't make me in favor of the bans, but I got obsessed with these studies in a way I did for my first book, which is on non-gender stuff, where like you read about something where there's a scientific consensus and you read study after study and you're just like, these are bad studies. And to me, it's like pretty. So I in my first book, I wrote about something called power posing, which is when you stand like this with your arms out, and it supposedly makes you a better and more effective negotiator. And the research is pretty bad. It's like, so what? What's the harm of that? To me, if there's bad research about 14 and 15-year-olds with a lot of mental health comorbidities going on hormones or getting surgery in some cases, that's higher stakes. And I think I got annoyed at the extent to which people were, in my view, being pretty misleading about this subject. Now, I will say I'm working on a book about this. After the book comes out, I would definitely like to move on because this is a toxic subject. But yeah, at this point, I've written a lot on it because I think it's an interesting subject where there aren't a lot of left of center journalists covering it in what I think is a respectful way, although I know you disagree with that.
Yeah, but do you have like a number? I'm just curious because like I found, you know, the one article in the Atlantic, I found 7 in the New York Meg, 3 in Medium, 2 opinion pieces.
Are you just asking for the number? Do you not care about like? I love how you just kind of adapt to the situation. Like he just gave you a fairly interesting take on why he's gone into this issue, and you could probably follow up on that, but. No, okay.
New York Times, 3 articles in Unheard, 3 articles for Dispatch, 1 article for Spectator, and then
so New York Magazine. You're including like my interview with Laura Jane Grace against the bathroom bills? You're including anything I've written that? I mean, whatever. Yeah,
I'm just saying on the topic. I'm not saying whether or not the coverage. I'm just saying that you've probably written like 60 to 70 pieces on this, right?
Including random newsletter articles. It's probably dozens by this point. Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess for a topic that you've concentrated so much on, how many people yearly in the United States are receiving, you know, youth are receiving puberty blockers or things like top surgery?
We don't know. I know you're going to reference a study that came out recently based on like insurance billings, but so much of it is done through private insurance. I don't think we know. I don't think this is like, when I see gender critical types, like they'll use a term like this is like gay genocide, like the gays are being genocided and turned trans. I don't go in for any of that. I think there's enough kids and the issues are interesting enough that it's a worthwhile subject for journalism. And that's what mainstream journalism has decided. You know, and no disrespect to you, but like the major outlets, The Economist, Reuters, The Atlantic, The New York Times, maybe, you know, I know we've been accused of a moral panic, but I think a lot of people think it's an interesting issue, especially because so many parents are dealing with this and trying to figure out what to do.
I mean, for a topic that you've written so much about, you probably want to know how many. I don't know. Youth
I wish we had better data. I wish we had better data. Yeah.
But you don't agree with the data. I know you just referenced that study, right? Like, I'm not trying to bring this stuff up as a gotcha. It's more to understand the psychology behind this, because again, if it's something that is not occurring to a massive percentage of kids, say like 0.1% of kids are actually receiving it. Like, so for that data that we're talking about from, you know, the Komodo Health study, it shows that in 2021, puberty blockers, 1,390 kids were on it. 2020, 1,101 kids were on it. For top surgeries, 2021, 282 kids were on it. 2020, 256 kids got top surgeries.
You know, I don't have better data to offer you. I'll just say intuitively, the claim that only 1,000 kids in the whole country are on puberty blockers just doesn't make sense to me. In part because there's like but again, I don't have like data to.
Well, there's way more kids who are on hormone replacement therapy, but there's I'd say a smaller amount of kids who are on puberty blockers, both because of the controversy surrounding it and the fact that this is something that's supposed to be temporary, right? Like my understanding is you go on puberty blockers
and a lot of
for a
kids
short period of time before you're put onto hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah, and a lot of kids might. I didn't mean to talk over you, but a lot of kids.
I would say we're in the millions by this point. Matt Walsh, millions of kids, holy. And that was after he made his documentary. God, that was so funny. Fucking hell.
Kids might end up at a clinic at an age where it's too late for puberty blockers. to do much, which is what makes this like such a heartbreaking controversy. Is there's a subset of kids who have this limited window to pass. I mean, it's a bigger deal for male to female transitioners because like testosterone is a more powerful hormone, but that's what I find compelling about the arguments for early medical intervention. That it's to some trans people, not all of them, it's a pretty big deal to pass and to be able to just live as a woman. And if they don't go on blockers, they probably won't get that. So that time element, I think, really makes this more difficult. And look, if I had a kid facing these issues who really wanted to transition, I don't know what the hell I would do, because I don't trust the medical establishment on this. But I also don't trust the people who say these treatments should be banned, or that like there's no such thing as a trans kid, which is another common line. So I think all I've been trying to argue is that it's complicated. I think from your point of view, it's like, why the focus on this? Why the negative stories? But I think,
I guess I try to understand your psychology here, because honestly, if you've written close to 70 articles on this and you've dedicated so much of your career to focusing on this subject, I assume, because like I'm saying this in good faith, this is not because you're not particularly obsessed with, say, discussing trans people or trying to profit off this topic specifically because it's been lucrative. Then my other assertion would have to be that you are doing this specifically because you are genuinely concerned about what happens if there are negative outcomes from children who receive gender affirming care and the potential side effects from that. Is that fair?
I think so. I think I'm also just like drawn to controversy. So again, some of the subjects in my book, it was like the implicit association test, power posing, this Army PTSD program that in the States we spent like $300 million on. For all of those, you could say how many people does this affect in the grand scheme of things. And I'd say not every journalist writes, like, what's the most pressing issue right now is probably what's going on in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We're not talking about that. Or like there's all these hotspots, there's all this stuff.
Absolutely. The goddamn Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, why? Not everyone needs to have a special interest in the most important things. Like, what the fuck is this like grandiose sense of self going on? You could say the same for progressive cis people who talk about trans people all the fucking time. Like it was the go-to topic for left-wingers for like 3 years. And it's like there's nothing wrong with that though. There's nothing wrong with that. You'd say with the right-wingers, everyone has an interest in trans. The thing about trans people is like it's just an interesting phenomenon, isn't it? It's like someone is born and then they're assigned, they have their genitalia or whatever, and they're put in a box of male and female, but then some people end up in this world where they feel like there's a complete mismatch, and it makes their entire body feel like it's like a cage, like a prison, and then they get so distressed about it that some people end up killing themselves. Like that's quite fascinating, and also the advances of HRT and all that. So yeah, some people are just interested in it. Like, is that a problem? Fuck.
We know nothing about. That's just not really how journalists decide what to cover, in part because when we find a niche, now you mentioned profiting off it. I think the kinds of study critiques I do are very dry and boring, but useful. And I think the profit maximizing way to go about this is to just be transphobic, to go the sort of libs of TikTok route or the OK groomer route. And I think it's really important to point out that this is a medical controversy. And if I question the medical protocols in place or the American Medical Association, that is not denying that trans people exist or that they deserve access to quality health care. And it's been annoying because I think that's a really important point. And it's like both sides disagree with that. Like you have the left saying, no, that means you hate trans people, you want them to die. You have the right saying, like, why are you acknowledging trans people exist at all? And I would... I host a podcast, I express opinions, but I do think just like being a science journalist who tries to get at the truth is important here. But
But ultimately, those lanes are already pretty well occupied by people who, aren't cowardly about their beliefs. They wear their hearts on their chests, and they will say things like Michael Knowles does, right? That, we want to eradicate transgenderism from society. Yeah. I think that you've found something that's a little bit more unique, in that you can actually approach these topics from a standpoint where people on the right could then use the information that you put out there, because it's not coming from a right-wing or a far-right voice. It's coming from someone who identifies as a center or a center-leftist. Right, so that would be a unique lane in terms of if that was in fact something that you were doing for profitability.
Yeah. Right. So the idea is that I'm seeking to have my ideas laundered and used by like Trump or whatever.
Not seeking to. I'm saying that would be something.
Do you understand how many left-wingers, sorry, how many times has Lance himself personally, not even his camp, but just him as a person, been used as fodder for right-wingers? Like, how many times was that fucking clip of him saying that women should have a right to an elective abortion with no medical reasons all the way up until the day before giving birth? Like, how many times was that weaponized by right-wingers to make the left look bad? And that's just one. How many times were his fucking failed flop debates with Nazis used against? So that's just Lance as a person, let alone like the entire like lefty fucking orthodoxy that is often used against social justice causes by the right all the time. Like, fuck. But Lance as an individual does it quite habitually, actually.
That not a lot of the other people approach it from that angle specifically, right? Now, I'm not making that accusation, but I'm saying then if that's not the case, then the other answer is that this is something that obviously outside of the controversy and outside of the fact that it's been a highly discussed topic, your interest primarily is obviously to make sure that, again, children who are receiving forms of gender affirming care, whether they be, surgical procedures, stuff of that nature, are not making life-changing decisions or decisions that effectively could have a negative impact upon their life without having a full conversation about the potential risks, right? Is that fair?
Ish. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as like, I want people to have the best, most accurate information available, especially parents. I don't really think of my work as like, this will prevent bad outcomes, because I think there's so much other information out there.
But okay, so your concern is less about the children and more on the parents of the children then, so that the parents have access to information on, again, potentially.
Well, so in the States, it is in most cases, it's the parents making the decision, which gets hairy in its own way. I mean, I don't know. I think it's interesting. I do, like I said, I'm wearing a little bit thin on it because it's a tough thing to write about, and I think people would be surprised how many very angry emails I get from the right. But yeah, I don't know. I stand by most of my work. I think there's some stuff I got wrong, especially early on, like 80% desistance. It's just I didn't understand the full complexity of that literature. And in The Atlantic, I think I was too deferential to some trans rights organizations, and journalists always need to be careful about that. But yeah, I think I don't know. I think I'm okay with what I'm doing.
Can I ask then why it is that you've never tackled like cosmetic surgery of youth in the U.S.?
Oh, you like
what? What, like 8-year-olds getting nose jobs? Okay.
It's
funny that he's asking all these questions as if he thinks he's probing into the psychology of Jesse Singal, which is really funny. Fucking hell. I think in Lance's head, Jesse Singal is like deliberately just being a kind of weapon for right wingers so that they can say, oh, look, this centrist guy agrees with us. Like we're not that bad. Like, yeah.
What, like a 14-year-old getting a boob job?
Well, yeah, because I wanted to look that up just out of curiosity. Like the stats on that in 2020, there was like 229,740 cosmetic procedures on teenagers, including 3,233 breast augmentations. It seems to be something in which it's happening at a much larger and more frequent rate in the U.S. in terms of teenagers getting, surgeries and forms of gender-affirming care that effectively could have negative outcomes. And sometimes do have
This does depend on what kind of treatments there are, because some of these treatments can actually be fairly legitimate, right? Like there is something legitimate, like if you literally look like the fucking Elephant Man and you're 12 years old, it's probably going to be okay to get like some cosmetic surgery because your life will be fucking horrible otherwise. Yeah, some cosmetic, not all cosmetic surgery is just like frivolous, but okay.
A girl getting a boob job you're calling is gender affirming care?
Yeah, I'd say philosophically, obviously I agree with you probably, not probably, it's not medically the same as having gender dysphoria and then trying to get treated for gender.
I hate this so much, man. It was the same thing with Jordan Peterson wearing shoulder pads. It's gender affirming care. Well, it's like, are you really trying to lump this into the same category as something that you are trying to say is a medical necessity for people who are trying to alleviate acute suffering? Like, fucking hell. Oh, God. boob job as gender affirming care. Fuck.
As far as a trans person, I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying though, that is philosophically.
Why haven't I? I mean, to me, that's such it's such a no-brainer that's a bad idea for a girl. Now, I would want to dig into those stats and know how many of those are purely cosmetic. I think in some cases, like cosmetic overlaps with functional stuff, and there might be something wrong. But
there's breast reduction surgeries that are being done for medical reasons to both men and women, right? But this is a massive thing in the United States. Like, there's articles I could pull from 2011.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he had gyno, didn't he? Gynecomastia.
That had 8,000 women aged 13 to 19 were undergoing breast augmentation. And that's something that's it's not even FDA approved. You're not supposed to get breast implants if you're under 18 years old. So it's something that people are having to do off label and are being done on very, very large scales and rates. And it's not something that is in any way talked about in the same way the discussion surrounding trans people is and the focus on trans people is.
I think partly it's because of that, the old journalism expression, dog bites man. Like, dog bites man is not an interesting story. Like, to me, it's so obvious that a teenage girl who hasn't yet fully developed, if this is what's happening, shouldn't get a breast job. I mean, if I would, I don't know. I always get a little bit leery about.
Right, but if that's the way you feel on that.
An off-label surgery. He's probably talking about under the counter or something like that, or off-label surgery doesn't make any sense, obviously.
Wouldn't that be something that you should then be bringing more attention to, even if it isn't topical?
Is hair loss treatment considered gender affirming care? Lance would say it is, yes. Because I think honestly in his head he hasn't thought about it beyond the fact that it just sounds good. Like, it just sounds good. Like, oh, everyone gets gender affirming care. Got him. Boom.
Does that go back to the same thing with Canadian mining companies in the Congo? It's not something you think would get the same traction.
So if a big chunk of the liberal establishment tomorrow came out and said, we think it's really important these girls have breast implants, and it became a fairly, it sounds like it is a common practice, although I'm guessing it's more in conservative places. I just think if I wrote that, everyone would be like, yeah, this is obviously wrong. This shouldn't happen. The question of should there be legislation or whatever, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's hard for me to imagine a situation where a 16-year-old girl would do that. I think her parents are really failing in that situation if they're approving it. Although that depends on the age.
Again, this is something that is happening at a much higher rate, right? I hadn't even got into.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
Rhinoplasties,
I don't think we know
right?
This.
Well, we do know the rates of plastic surgery on teens, right? Because the stats are publicly available. So for rhinoplasty, for example, that's 44,686 teenagers got rhinoplasties in 2020. That's an overwhelming amount of people who are getting potentially, life-changing surgery. There's eyelid surgery.
I don't buy that comparison as much, because I think rhinoplasty and double mastectomy, like rhinoplasty, is less intensive. But if someone floated I don't know, if someone was like, no kid under 16 should.
It's also there are medical reasons. Rhinoplasties are. Does you think you'd have to know what proportion of those rhinoplasties are also just aesthetic, right? Because you can have issues with your septum, you can have breathing problems, you can have injuries, too much brocane. Shut up.
At this, I would not be outraged at that at all. I just think teenagers.
But why not
teenagers
focus on it then? If this is something that you could say was in a comparable category that affects way more teenagers than gender affirming care, which again,
sorry, bitch. Do you choose the things that you're interested in? Do you choose what you find interesting and what you don't? What is this oh, why don't you devote your knowledge and your ability to read all the studies to bring down the fucking rhinoplasties for under 18s industry? Fuck off, man. People can talk about what they want. If they find something interesting, you should talk about it. Why don't you talk about fucking gardening? Because if you did, then you wouldn't be so damaging to your own causes by looking like a fucking clown every time you debate someone who is even a few fucking centimeters to the right of you and looking like a fucking slob. Come on. Stop losing debates to neo-Nazis. And telling people like Tim Pool that the lefty position on abortion is that it should be elective until the day before giving birth. What a fucking mental thing to say. Can you remember what? I need to find him saying that. It was on my channel, wasn't it? A 4-hour react. Okay. Good times. Is it 8 months? Is this it?
Here, let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because
the
she
left
has the baby inside her.
is so
Yes, she does.
fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want. But if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it. Then she has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up. Is what you're saying?
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth. Forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth again.
Every fucking European country when it comes to abortion. I mean, the UK is a weird one because not you, that downer prick. But yeah, I think Fanny. Stop talking. 12. Stop talking. Where did this? I'm done.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the baby.
Or a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby is viable and they give it off.
So how do they remove the baby?
So hold on. Either way, the baby comes out of her. You're saying that it's more.
Oh, he tried to say that, like, because obviously after a baby's viable and the mother wants to terminate the pregnancy, then she can do it, but you would induce labor. And Lance thinks that's forced birth. But I'm just like, it's coming out of your body one way or the other at that point. If it's a viable fetus, what does he think happened? I remember this now. I remember that was his argument. It's forced birth. For some reason, the bodily autonomy has been preserved if you let her have an abortion after viability and then just let the corpse come out and suck it out of the womb. But for some reason, it's not forced birth if it comes out alive. Oh, God.
So you literally want forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth against their will.
So you're saying you're saying they should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby
I'm saying
out.
she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but either way, the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them?
Conservatives love their graphic descriptions of third trimester abortions. They love it. They know every detail about the dismemberment. Match.
You shouldn't kill that unborn child. How is that for either way it comes out of her body? Either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario, she's being forced to give birth against her will. Like she's
already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know. I reject there's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she has the baby inside her.
Is so fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want. But if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it. Then she has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up. Is what you're saying?
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right? So she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8
how
months.
Small was my camera back then? Look at this. Look at this tiny little boy. Look at why was it so small?
I had a rhinoplasty underage due to not being able to breathe through my nose most of the time, and the times I did it were barely through one side.
Well, sounds like gender affirming care to me.
If the baby is viable,
I'd say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to.
The problem is I think some people think terminate the pregnancy necessarily means kill the fetus, which it doesn't. You can terminate the pregnancy by taking the baby out and letting it survive on its own. But I think Lance thinks they mean the same thing. Define birth. Let's go.
I don't understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said.
Do you think Tim Pool is being really abrasive to Lance? I don't think he was this combative to Destiny. Yeah, because Tim Pool because Lance rags on Tim Pool has been ragging on Tim Pool for years. I think he used to do a beanie show.
When she should have an answer to give birth to it in some capacity, C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Define birth.
The removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure.
This is before October 7th. That's May. Fuck.
And by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
Like, but what is that?
What is an abortion?
Yes, like what?
How is it done?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure how it's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools. I don't know how it's done in 8 or 9 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know how people perform.
He's such a virtue signaler. Oh God. Yeah, that's he just gave Tim Pool like the easiest layup in the world, and obviously Tim took it. It's like, if we're talking about someone's output and the harm that they do to the world, mate, you advocating for anything is hurting the thing that you're advocating for. That's what happens. You were cursed, but you continue to do it.
When you look at it, we're talking about hundreds of kids on puberty blockers, and then maybe it was over 1,000, like 1,100 kids on puberty blockers. But then for kids getting, gender affirming care related surgeries, those numbers are they're practically non-existent in relation to the fact that there's like 72 million kids in the United States.
I mean, if we're comparing something like a nose job for a 16-year-old to having her breasts removed, I just think one of those is a much more serious procedure than the other.
But that would be a personal decision, right? Not a medical one.
No, you're losing the ability to breastfeed. You're losing some degree of sexual function.
Oh, but that can happen with breast implants as well.
Yeah, I mean, breast implants. Sorry.
No, I added that afterwards. I was previously speaking about but like so. If
it sounds like you're saying teenagers, maybe if they're going to get a permanent medical procedure, we need to be careful about that, and like they shouldn't be rushed into it.
Well, they're not rushed into it. First off, is the thing, though, right? That's a myth that kids are going through some kind of revolving door, and I still think that it's a ridiculous assertion because no medical practitioner is going to tell you that a kid walks in and then they're given puberty blockers and then walks right out of the
well, but what do you think about the story I reported for The Economist where a kid walked right in and got puberty blockers at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles? You think she's lying, or the medical records are lying?
No, I'm saying if it's true that those are rare cases.
If it's true.
This is not the majority of the cases, though, right?
So you just said it doesn't happen. Then I said it happened. You said yes, but it doesn't happen a lot. But you don't know because Reuters.
I don't.
Oh no. Barabbas, thanks for $5. The political monkeys paws curl once again.
No, because you're talking about an anecdote that I'm not familiar with. So obviously I have no prior knowledge to this. But if it is true, I'm saying that this is not indicative of the vast majority of people's experiences. Again, similar to how writing about detransitioning and focusing on that. Sorry?
Are you against a 13-year-old getting puberty blockers their first appointment?
Yeah.
It's not really what I personally feel because I'm not an expert on this topic. It's what the current DSM-5 requirements are, right? So it's one of those things where like
does the DSM-5 what do you mean the DSM-5 requirements? Does the DSM-5 have like a plan of action for how you diagnose and give them treatment? Like a time scale? Does the DSM-5, I don't think the DSM-5 literally says like, yeah, you need to give them this much therapy and this much treatment and they need to cross the XYZ thresholds. He's just like, I need to sound like I'm appealing to an authority. Like, that's it. Yeah, DSM-5 for gender dysphoria, I'm pretty sure it's just this. Just criteria for diagnosis. Okay.
Children, we have to basically follow the majority consensus of the medical community in all fields. Yep. I would apply this to anything else, by the way. I would apply this to kids who have appendicitis, right? Can I make recommendations as to whether or not your kid should be getting, a surgery to take a part of their body out of them if it's been infected and inflamed that could potentially save them? I mean, I could politicize that by saying it's mutilation. You're going to be mutilating your child's body by taking out their appendix, and then that is going to remove a part of them forever. But ultimately, again, this is something that I would have to defer to the majority consensus.
Early versions of the DSM are hilarious. I'm pretty sure the first DSM was just a bunch of fucking doctors on a round table, like shouting out diagnoses when they thought of them. Right? I remember reading about that. a little story.
The scientific community.
Yeah, the problem just for years now has been this, like, I think because of the bubbles, we inhabit different realities, and there's probably areas where your reality is more correct than mine. But on this one, where you just sort of blithely say, this isn't how it worked. Like the biggest investigation in the States of how gender clinics operate was Reuters in, I think, 2022. And they called up, I forget how many, 8 or 10 of the biggest multidisciplinary gender clinics. And they all said, we'll give puberty blockers on the first session. Now, they said in cases where we feel comfortable with it, but that's like a serious liberalization of the so-called Dutch protocol, where you jump through some hoops. You even go on blockers, and maybe that's too many hoops, but
sorry,
it's
your assertion is that the majority of kids who walk into clinics are given puberty blockers on the first session.
I never said the majority. You said this is something that doesn't happen, and I said according to the best investigation we have, it routinely happens, because all these clinics say yes, we do that sometimes.
So it routinely happens, as in, so not the majority, but it can happen and has happened before.
With some regularity at the biggest multidisciplinary gender clinics, yeah. Like their regular practice is a kid shows up for the first appointment, they send them out with
that's not how we, again, but okay, so this is not how we talk about any other topic in relation to children's healthcare, right? Like I wouldn't specifically be like, there are cases probably in which doctors are prescribing medications like Adderall for children, which could be dangerous, and they shouldn't have done that, and they had negative outcomes. I'm sure that happens.
You're saying we're
talking about, but I'd say that there are just literally millions of children, like 72 million in the United States, right? There's going to be obviously examples of doctors who are not following the proper ethical protocol. I don't have control over that or whether or not that happens. Yeah. But that doesn't. That doesn't then change whether or not people should have access to gender affirming care or healthcare in general based on bad practitioners.
No, and I haven't argued otherwise. But you're saying there hasn't been a debate over whether kids are being overprescribed Adderall? Hasn't that been a massive debate?
I never said that there hasn't been a debate. I'm saying that there could be cases. There could be cases in which children are prescribed Adderall when they didn't need to be prescribed Adderall, right? And in
which led to a massive debate in the States, not just Adderall, but everything from like antipsychotics, anti-anxiety. Like we have a huge debates. This is the only pediatric medical issue where, for a while, there wasn't debate. Like I sort of feel like your side lost and the debate's broken out into the open. But I think your point, you're making the opposite.
You keep saying sides. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Do you mean leftists? Is that it? Just like
we mean like terminally online fucking retards who think that right to choose means you can abort a fucking 8.5-month-old fetus just on a whim. Yes, that side, whatever that side is.
No, I assume you don't consider us to be in agreement about this stuff.
But what stuff?
You think these treatments?
About
you think
Adderall?
Gender medicine?
About gender care? Yeah, of course not. No, we're diametrically opposed on this. I personally
because you
on the
think
side
gender medicine
of the.
Really...
Well, no, I'm on the side of the majority of the scientific consensus on this. There's really no point in me being a non-scientist coming forward to you and saying, like, again, this is one of the points of you trying to say that like, you don't even know what informed consent means. Because I'm not a doctor and this is not my area of expertise, this is something that I would defer to, again, the majority.
But you took an opinion on it, though. You said that informed consent meant something that happens after a diagnosis. That's what the informed consent model is, when actually it doesn't mean that. The informed consent model is an alternative to the idea that you need to have a diagnosis. It doesn't even make sense. Why would there be a diagnosis model and an informed consent model? Does he think that if you have the diagnosis model, then you're diagnosed and then you just have to go in puberty blockers? Like there's no consent? Like the doctor just comes to you and they're like, listen, you have gender dysphoria, okay? You have gender dysphoria. I'm very sorry about this. And then they just have to get like 3 fucking huge fucking chonker dudes, bailiffs into the room. The security guards have to come in and they give you a little injection to knock you out and force the fucking hormones on you. You got no choice. No. Why would there be 2 categories?
The scientific community. If the majority of the scientific community,
as long as it wasn't a Swedish doctor, a Finnish doctor, a Norwegian doctor, in which case you would disagree.
Once again, anecdotes and isolated examples, though, right? Like again, if it's something
they changed their national policy,
right? But there can be moments in time where there's going to be a single doctor who comes forward and says, "Hey, by the way, I'm a whistleblower. I have to say this. We've been giving kids puberty blockers way too."
How can you hear national policy and then say a single doctor is a whistleblower, man? Fucking.
Fast. Of course that's going to happen. Just billions of humans on the planet, right? In the case of should we restrict the ability for people to have access to healthcare, which in my opinion is restricting their ability to have human rights. I believe that a trans person should have access to healthcare just as a cis person should. So in that case, I would, again, because it's not my area of expertise, defer to the majority consensus of the scientific community on that one. In Canada, it is every major medical association as it is in the United States. Now, as you said, that could change. You could start to have a reversal of this in the same way you're seeing in the United Kingdom, right? Where now even the bathroom debate has been reignited. I'm not saying that political movements aren't going to push for an agenda in this regard.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand when you exhibit deference to the experts and when you don't, because it sounds like it's sort of a continentally based. So like North American experts, whatever they say you believe. European experts, no, not so much.
But when you keep bringing up European experts, right, the vast majority, you make an assertion that the vast majority of experts on the topic, including the entirety of the medical community in Europe, disagrees with the Canadian and the American medical associations?
Well, there's a part of what makes it complicated is like American healthcare sucks and is politicized. So right now the position of the American...
Oh, our stalker's here. There's a new poll. Did you know that a majority of Israelis have fucking batshit opinions on Gaza, and this should influence your opinion on who should win the war or not? Crazy. Yeah, I suppose when you say that, I think it would actually be better if the IDF just lost and Hamas stayed in power. That's how that goes. But I guess we have to do the thing now. We stuck to a new rule, okay? Because you'll never address this, okay? These guys, they'll never address this. Iranian MP, we need to be able to produce as many nuclear bombs as we want in less than 24 hours. You'll never address this, okay? These are the men.
اون زمان هم معتقد
بودم هستم
که در واقع نوع و شکلی از بازدارندگی رو ما همیشه بهش نیاز داشته و داریم. حالا این که بخوایم تولید بمب بکنیم و کلا سلاح کشتار جمعی.
Where was it? See what he was saying.
اون زمان هم معتقد بودم و هستم
Let him in VC. This person has been making new accounts to come into my fucking channel for like a year. They're not going to come into the VC. They're just going to regurgitate the same fucking like new point of the day that they've heard. And they're like, oh, this is going to change your mind now. This is going to mean that it's actually not legitimate to try and destroy Hamas anymore. Fucking retard. Oh. Bye-bye.
در واقع نوع و شکلی از بازدارندگی رو ما همیشه بهش نیاز داشته و داریم. حالا این که بخوایم تولید بمب بکنیم و کلا سلاح کشتار جمعی، این رو من به دلایل ایدئولوژیک و معرفتی اساسا قبول ندارم و اعتقادم این هستش که در جمهوری اسلامی ایران هم خیلی هستن که به همین نظرن. شاید حضرت آقا هم همین نظر داشته باشن که حرام اعلام کردن. اما یک نکته رو باید بهش توجه بکنیم و اون مسئله در واقع قرار داشتن در آستانه است که من همواره مدافع قرار داشتن در شرایط آستانه بوده هستم و خواهم بود. یعنی اینکه شما در موقعیتی باشی که اگر اراده کردی در کمترین زمان ممکن بتوانی پاسخ مناسب رو به یک تهاجم هسته‌ای بدی. آستانه یعنی که اگه اراده کردم این چاقویی که در اختیار دارم در کوتاه‌ترین زمان ممکن تبدیل بشه به شمشیر. یعنی اگر امروز من رو زدن من بتونم در کمتر از 48 ساعت جوابشون رو بدم. ما در یک دنیای خطرناکی داریم زندگی میکنیم که میتواند فردا برای گرفتن ظرفیت‌های دیگر ما، حتی مسئله تسلیم سازی ایران، متوسل به استفاده از بمب اتم بشن. بنابراین ما بایستی در آستانه باشیم، در بالاترین سطح ممکن، شاید کمتر از 24 ساعت بتوانیم هر تعداد بمبی رو که خواستیم آماده کنیم و پاسخ بدیم به اتفاقی رو که اونا شکل دادن.
Standard geopolitics. We need to get within 24 hours of producing a shit ton of nukes. But we just need to be at that position with that much enriched uranium in case we get nuked first. Classic. I'm surprised most countries don't do that. I'm surprised none of them do, really. Iran's way ahead of it.
ایران رو تهدید کردن.
البته بمب‌های تاکتیکی دیگه هم سلاح‌های کشتار جمعی محسوب نمیشن، درست میگم؟
نه دیگه، نه، چرا اونها هم جزء دیگه زیر مجموعه
چون یه هدف خاص رو دیگه
باشه، زیر مجموعه است. و بنابراین ما میتوانیم سلاح تاکتیکیمون رو اینجا، موشکامون رو به سلاح تاکتیکی اتمی مجهز بکنیم.
Okay. Wow, unbelievable. And you still don't want the IDF to defend themselves against these crazies?
Government and the healthcare experts in it is that these treatments are bad. We can set that aside. My point is Finland, Sweden, Norway, the UK all did what in other situations would be considered like normal review processes, pretty in-depth. And none of them came to the conclusion like these treatments are horrible, but they all came to the conclusion that the evidence really sucks. And they all really made their policies in those countries more conservative. And when you say you don't trust their judgment, but you do trust the American Medical Association's judgment, I just don't get why.
So I'm saying I trust the broad consensus of the scientific community, which as of now, again, recording this, still, I don't see an overwhelming amount of the scientific community on this topic. I see isolated examples and politicized movements within a series of countries that you're now trying to use as a justification for saying, if it's happening there, it could happen here or it will happen here. It's only a matter of time. And I'm not going to disagree with the fact that, especially under Trump and his current regime, that there's obviously going to be a pushback, and there already is, towards restricting the rights of access to healthcare for children. What they require is, again, people to cherry pick data and people to cherry pick examples or to cherry pick studies and then use those as a justification for, again, doing political action against a persecuted a minority group in the same way that this was happening to, say, gay people prior to trans people. And one of the reasons why I think, again, what you do is particularly insidious is because you are giving them the ability to say that this is not just coming from the right. That there are authors, say, like Jesse Singal, who are capable of demonstrating that, hey, there are cracks in the so-called, general consensus. There are opportunities for people
but
to...
if the cracks exist, then... Are you saying that the truth is ammunition for right-wingers, if that's the case? Just pick him up on something he said that is wrong. Like, I don't know what it's so stupid. Like, everything, it's all fucking viewed through the lens of the narrative. That's all it is. Ugh.
To find, disagreements.
So your problem is with a journalist saying there's cracks in a consensus because you're so confident that consensus is correct, basically. That's what you're saying? Or...
No, just asking questions of it all, right? Like why can't we just ask questions? Yeah. To me, I think if you had a genuine curiosity on this, unless you want to push a political agenda, then the breadth of information, including the overwhelming amount of studies on this topic, and yes, there are isolated studies that you can pull out. As I've debated Tim Pool on this topic. I've spoken to other people. They always have this. The Swedish study actually disagrees with you. I can pull up this Dutch study that I think was misinterpreted. But if it's the overwhelming amount of studies, or the meta-analysis of studies, or the general consensus of the scientific community, still at this point, then
but that doesn't also matter how recent the studies are, because you can talk about like an overwhelming majority of studies. It's like me saying that like the overwhelming majority of literature on water thinks it's an element. It's not actually H2O. It's just an element. It's one of the elements. And I'm like, okay, but we've just discovered it's H2O. Like, that is one hydrogen, two oxygen. Is that right? Yeah. I was thinking where the number goes back and forth. No, it's two hydrogen, one oxygen. Fucking retard. Okay, wow. There's an overwhelming amount of studies. It's like when they've just discovered that cigarettes cause cancer. Yeah, and you're like, oh, but the overwhelming amount of studies are saying that it's actually good for you. Fuck. Well, that's not really... Sorry, agua.
It's like
but what you're saying,
you could pull up isolated examples of other countries where things are more draconian, right? Like Uganda. If I went to Uganda, there would be very, very harsh penalties for either being a homosexual or being a bisexual or being a pansexual. That to me is not going to be reflective of whether or not we should be advocating for people's healthcare here domestically in Canada. But I think we should obviously listen to the international community when it comes to their scientific conclusions on this topic.
Okay, but you're just saying in these particular 4 cases of Finland, Norway, Sweden, the UK, these 4 happen to be politicized, so we can safely either disregard them or seriously discount them.
I'm not disregarding them, but I'm saying but why are you using that as a way to discount your own country's scientific consensus on this?
My own country's scientific consensus of this as of a few weeks ago is the HHS report, which is the whole point is this stuff gets politicized and institutions have to, I mean that
Okay, but you're not answering. Okay, so see, you just avoided the question right there, Jesse. Because so the majority of the medical communities, every major medical association in the United States, agrees on this topic, and yet you're like, well, no, we're moving in an opposite direction. Here's a report coming out. Is that the one that was commissioned or overseen by Robert F. Kennedy? Is that the same one?
By his HHS, yeah. But I think you're missing
did you take him as a serious person? Doesn't he believe that microplastics cause trans people? Like, doesn't he have a bunch of...
RFK Jr. is a crank. The point I'm trying to get at here is...
Then how is that...
And now he's throwing in RFK shit. It depends on how much influence he had over the research, doesn't it?
Legitimate example of this. Like, how is that a valid thing to bring up? When I'm saying in your own country, the majority consensus
did he write the study?
Is centered around
Did he write the report? Did he tell them what to do?
When you say majority consensus, you're talking about a handful of statements that have been put out by different organizations. Those statements have actual content. It's not like a golden plate handed down by God. So what you do if you're a journalist or if you're a scientist is you read those statements and you evaluate them and you see if they make sense. And one thing you do is you see if the citations point to studies defending the claim being made. And the folks who have looked at that question of if these guidelines are good, these were the CAS folks, although it's technically an independent team separate from CAS. They don't think the guidelines are good. And I think what happens sometimes, and we've seen this happen in the past, is that doctors get very excited about a new treatment and they're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to help kids or save kids' lives or prevent suicides. And they get out over their skis and they make claims they can't defend. So when, Joanna Olsen Kennedy, she's the one who got sued, whose story I wrote about for The Economist, when she says she has never given puberty blockers to a kid for whom it was the wrong choice. So she's suggesting she has an 100% batting average. I think the right thing for a journalist or someone who actually cares about trans people to do is be like, could that really be true that this doctor is so infallible that in the hundreds of times she's given these treatments, she's never been wrong? And I think you're granting boundless deference to these American and Canadian professional groups. While I don't know what your stance is on the European efforts, which I think were more scientific, but I guess that's the problem here.
So you believe the CAS review was more scientific, in essence?
Then what? Than
the Canadian and American counterparts and consensus on this topic.
But you're lumping. Okay, so for example, the one I know the most about is the American Academy of Pediatrics. That was just like, that was a guy. It was a guy. Do I think a guy's views on this should be weighed more heavily than a handful of York University systematic reviews? No, of course not. You do? You think Jason Rafferty gets to beat all these independent systematic reviews?
But when you say a guy, because again, you'll then point to an anecdote of someone where it's like, here's an example of a clinic.
I'm describing the statement you're defending. It was written by a guy named Jason Rafferty, who I think was a psychiatric resident at the time. He was a guy. That's what it says on the paper. You're saying that you trust that one guy more than the teams that did these systematic reviews at, I always mix up University of York and York University, whichever the British one is. You're saying
in this case, is it not reflective of the statement by the organization itself, or it doesn't speak for it? His statement is independent of the organization, or it is representative of the organization?
There's a weird line at the bottom that says, I can pull it up just to make sure I'm being accurate about this. I also got to go in like 10 minutes. We said we were doing an hour. Rafferty's statement.
Oh, shit. All right. Well, then link that thing. I do want to talk to you about one or two quick things then that we haven't actually brought up.
Let me just read this one sentence and then folks who have looked at that question of if these guidelines are good, these were the CAS folks, although it's technically an independent team separate from CAS. They don't think the guidelines are good. And I think what happens sometimes, and we've seen this happen in the past, is that doctors get very excited about a new treatment, and they're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to help kids or save kids' lives or prevent suicides, and they get out over their skis and they make claims they can't defend. So when, Joanna Olsen Kennedy, she's the one who got sued, whose story I wrote about for The Economist, when she says she has never given puberty blockers to a kid for whom it was the wrong choice. So she's suggesting she has an 100% batting average. I think the right thing for a journalist or someone who actually cares about trans people to do is be like, could that really be true that this doctor is so infallible that in the hundreds of times she's given these treatments, she's never been wrong? And I think you're granting boundless deference to these American
because
and
I'm trying to see what he was asking there, just clarifying.
Professional groups. Well, I don't know what your stance is on the European efforts, which I think were more scientific, but I guess that's the problem here.
So you believe the Cass review was more scientific, in essence?
Then what?
Than the Canadian and American counterparts and consensus on this topic.
But you're lumping. Okay, so for example, the one I know the most about is the American Academy of Pediatrics. That was just that was a guy. It was a guy. Do I think a guy's views on this should be weighed more heavily than a handful of York University systematic reviews? No, of course not. You do? You think Jason Rafferty gets to beat all these independent systematic reviews?
But when you say a guy, because again, you'll then point to an anecdote of someone where it's like, here's an example of a clinic.
I'm describing the statement you're defending. It was written by a guy named Jason Rafferty, who I think was a psychiatric resident at the time. He was a guy. That's what it says on the paper. You're saying that you trust that one guy more than the teams that did these systematic reviews. I always mix up.
He's just citing what the American Academy of Pediatrics. Okay.
Of York and York University, whichever the British one is.
But in this case, is it not reflective of the statement by the organization itself, or it doesn't speak for it? His statement is independent of the organization, or it is representative of the organization?
There's a weird line at the bottom that says, I can pull it up just to make sure I'm being accurate about this. I also got to go in like 10 minutes. We said we're
What does this have to do with the statement? The board of directors represents 67,000 pediatricians. Does that mean that... Okay.
Pretty statement.
Oh shit! All right. Well, then can link that thing. I do want to talk to you about one or two quick things then that we haven't actually.
Is it because it's saying that they voted to reaffirm the 2018 position? Is this the same thing that he was reading? Let's see. 2018 American Academy of Pediatrics. The board of directors voted. Not the 67,000. Okay, let's see. Is it this they're talking to? Here? Accept. Reaffirm. This is in 2023. Let's see. But where is the statement? It's not there. Maybe using a different link. Well, that's not it. Where did he get this link from? Do we not have a heading, Lance? It's from The Guardian, I think. Does that mean... Why is there no link here? This is just about their support for gender-affirming care. Concerned about restrictions to accessing evidence-based health. Okay, so it seems there would have been more than one guy who, at least based on that, the board of directors. Okay.
Brought up.
Yeah, let me just read this one sentence and then I'll move on. Policy statements. Dr. Rafferty conceptualized the statement, drafted the initial manuscript, reviewed and revised the manuscript, approved the final manuscript as submitted, and agrees to be accountable for all aspects of the work. It's a very strange statement. And that's why I would question why you would say that we should pay more, view this as more believable than a handful of independently conducted systematic reviews.
Is he thinking of a different statement? He's thinking of this. This is what he was reading from. I was just typing it as he was saying it. Ensuring comprehensive care and support for transgender and gender diverse children and adolescents. Policy statement reaffirmed in August. But they say, what they say about Rafferty? So that's his name there. And then we've got the other people down here. Correction published. Conceptualized the statement, drafted the initial manuscript, reviewed and revised, approved as submitted, and agrees to be accountable for all aspects of the work. So even if the board of directors voted on all this, then that would mean that Rafferty was the sole author of this report. No? Am I wrong? So this is a 2018 thing, and this was voted. Oh, so it was the board of directors that voted on it to reaffirm it in 2023. But it is written by one guy. It is one guy. Okay.
Simply because, again, it's something.
It's a guy, and there's no process.
Right, but you just don't like the way that it's worded.
Say again?
But you just don't like the.
Well, no, it's also
because it sounds strange.
The way that it's worded shows you that it's one guy. You fucking dense piece of shit. Oh God damn it. He's out of his fucking mind, man. He's lost it. He's off his fucking rocker. Oh, so you just don't like the wording of the sentence? No, the sentence is being highlighted because it shows you that it suggests very strongly that he's the sole author of the work. Does that mean is it peer reviewed, or how does that work? A paper written by one person is odd in academic medicine, by the way. Is it? So what are all these other names here then? Why are they on the list? Is this just like, I know in music there's a thing where the songwriter's credits will sometimes have like 6 people on them when it's like there's more songwriters than there are chords. You know that? And sometimes that's because like one writer just came in and was like, because they were just part of the fucking gang that day, they get to take a credit even though they contributed like fuck all, right? Yeah. Is that what it's like? I have no idea if it's comparable, but well, they say lead author, unless these other people reviewed it, and that's what they did revisions. If he drafts the initial manuscript, reviews and revises, so that sounds like he's doing, approved the final one as submitted. Does that mean that he drafts it, reviews and revises it, and then gives it to other people? Agrees to be accountable for all aspects. Where it says there's a bit missing here. I don't know how normal this is. Okay.
But there's also oh man, it would take an hour for us to talk about the differences between systematic reviews and policy statements. Ask whatever you want to ask, because we don't have that much time left.
Okay. I just want to quickly see that this was something that you still believe, but in a debate that you had with Jangle Science Lab on July 1st, 2020, you said it, I'm going to quote you here, gender dysphoria is listed in the DSM. Maybe it shouldn't be, but as of now, gender dysphoria itself is a mental illness. Maybe we'll look back and say that it shouldn't have been.
Oh, we already watched this.
I still stand by that statement.
Brain rot. That was like the Lance's 7-minute fucking dunk that meant absolutely nothing and contributed nothing to his fucking argument, but okay.
And they gave it its own category, so it's no longer considered a form of mental disorder. I also I just got to say, as someone with a family history of a fair amount of mental illness and my own struggles, like this idea that let's say gender dysphoria is a mental illness, like that doesn't mean people who have it are any less worthy of everything they deserve in life. I think it's this weird backwards
no one is implying that. I mean, that's a very underhanded tactic to try and get away from the fact that you were incorrect about this.
I'm not talking about
This is a federal.
The little fucking snide jabs when he's like been so out of his depth in this entire conversation is so infuriating. Oh God. It's making me want to fucking just. Can anyone get me the audio of this without these two little clips here? Why is it clipping? What's that? I need that gone. I think this is from the early episodes, isn't it? Very dangerous link. Do not click. You're making me want to click it. Do you think Lance posted this video thinking he got a dub? Of course he did, yeah. Yeah, he's absolutely brain damaged. He's fucked. There's nothing happening between these between these two ears.
Executive branch reports that have used and cited your work, state legislative materials that have cited and used your work, amicus briefs that have cited and used your work.
There's a medical controversy here, and I think you're.
Is this it? Wait, is this someone doing it by what?
Sweaty floor?
Okay, that's actually quite close. Is this it? No, that's closer, but it's not. It's this one. Fuck, what episode is this from?
Crude moment.
Loading.
No. Fuck off. Okay, that was it. It's this one with the fucking... It's such a... What episode's that from? Is this it? Okay, yeah, I need that. I need this one. I need a clip of this one from my soundboard. That's the one. Just does something to me. I don't know. No, I don't care about the fucking Wilhelm scream.
But they're specifically citing your work to justify their right-wing political agendas, right? And so, for me personally, if I was a journalist or an author and I was writing and it was appearing frequently and being used to go after the very people that I purport to care about, then I would feel that there was something that I was either missing or I had...
That is happening, though. Your stupidity gets weaponized by right-wingers all the fucking time. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Contrapoint segment when? I'm so sorry. I'm fucking knackered, man. I'm tired. The most Reddit talking point ever, the Wilhelm screen. I'll do it tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, who knows? I've got Vadim syndrome. Yeah, I'm sleepy. Also, Jane Socks, if you want to get your fucking incredibly generous donor refunded, you can email me and figure out how we do it. Sophie, thanks for the $5.99 from my boys in memory. True. Corned beef hash, thanks for £5. Look at Queen Anne chair, bud. You'd be the fanciest streamer on the internet. What's a Queen Anne chair? Chair review. What, one of these? It's funny that these are like cheaper than the one I'll probably end up getting because they look banging. The fuck? Can we watch an episode of Tom and Jerry? No, that's probably not ethical. TOS. Is this it? No, it's got the clips in it though. It can't have the clips, Spider. Shit. Barabbas, thanks for the 2 $5 donations. You have to trans now eat this woke bug type beat. The political monkey's paws curl once again. Thank you so much. And Spider, thanks for the $1.99. Let me slide you 1 week N-word pass. Sure. No guarantee I'll use it. TV, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Trust the science unless it disagrees with me. Partial Pressure, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Get a haircut and don't turn into Queeman. What's wrong with Queeman? Specky Twat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Okay, good. I'm just saying, I need a good chair, okay? I need a better chair. How much for you to go on Wick Sunday? What's on Wick Sunday? I don't normally stream Sundays. What's happening on Wick Sunday? Wick. History speaks. Oh. No, I'm sorry, like, I don't care how, like, you can be someone who would be like, it's like Bad Empanada. Like, these people would be really fun to talk to and, like, good content and everything, but they're fucking crazy, okay? I don't need that level of fucking obsessive, like, parasitic behavior in my life. I don't need that. No. It's not even, like, in a funny way. It's just, like, hyper intense, constantly, like, finding their ways to get your attention outside of getting blocked and shit like that. And it's just like, no, I don't like it. It's unstable. No price. Yeah. Okay. Redirect. All right. I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. Did you see my dono message, bud? I don't know. Corned beef hash, did I? Will you debate my dad so he stops misgendering my boyfriend? Yeah. Yeah, I'll debate your dad. Fat hawks. Wait, where's your dono? I don't see it. Corned beef hash. Oh. Yeah, I just did it. I just looked at the queen chair. Yeah. Ending already. Yeah, I'm really tired. I don't know. Fuck. Tired and sore. But it means I do have Contrapoints shit Fallout to do tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Debate viewers' parents. Hell yeah. It's so toxic. It's not all I'll do to your dad. All right. Take care, guys. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.